Hello chat, welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. Oh, we have a lot to go over today. This is probably gonna be a very long stream, so welcome in. Hopefully you're settling down. We're gonna listen to some chill Animal Crossing music with some rain. As boy, was year 11 of Persona Project. Rough. So it's gonna be, a little bit of a chill, but also just quite honestly very serious. Just so everybody's aware. Hello. So today I'm actually gonna be using my webcam just because when it comes to like Persona Project, I think it'll go a lot better if you can actually see my face for whatever reason. People tend to be a lot nicer. We'll put it that way. So, yes, hello, I'm Hawley, otherwise known as PetPyves. I made Persona Project, I made 12 in Origins, I made Brightside Mass RPG, and I'll make a ton more stories on this channel. All my pronouns are right here, I use all of them, you can't go wrong. And today we're going to talk about year 11 in Persona Project, because it's finally done. And the compilation just came out a few days ago. And I want to go through each episode frame by frame and talk about maybe some details or things I didn't get to include. I want to talk about a little bit more of the topics at hand. So this is going to be like pretty damn serious. So just so you know, I'm going to just put out a content warning right now for this entire stream. It's going to include bullying, body shaming, neglect, eating disorders. We're going to talk about that. Hi, YouTube. Thanks. We're going to get that immediately demonetized. Emotional abuse, child exploitation, sexual abuse, homophobia. That's finally coming up. Aren't we so excited? Non-suicidal, self-injury, or self-harm. That's a big one. Domestic violence, alcoholism. There's going to be some censored gore and like silly little jokes about death, but nothing like serious. There's a mention of zombies. I don't like zombies personally, that's why I put a content warning for that. And just like a little tiny bit of gore when it comes to like the zombie or like episode. And obviously some pretty intense emotions because this is one of the worst years of my life. So just be forewarned. If at any point you feel uncomfortable, please just click away. Please just take care of yourself. I'm not gonna be mad or upset. Like, please just, if this bothers you at any point, just leave, please. Last thing I want is to like traumatize other people over my trauma. That's like traumaception. We're not doing that. Did I recently cut my hair? Yeah, I got a haircut and they cut it way too short. I was like almost bald. It was crazy. So I'm finally starting to grow it back. And I got round glasses. That might be the biggest indicator of a change of my physical appearance. Because I'm finally finding out who I am outside of my trauma. So, yay. So yeah, for that, that's just the premise here. We have some lovely fan art above. If you like to submit fan art, I show it off every single live stream. You can use the link in the description at any point in time, even when the stream is concluded, to submit, and it'll appear on the next live stream that I do. If it's appropriate, of course. Check out the rules and regulations video. It's pinned in the live chat, it's in the description. I can't emphasize it enough, especially when it comes to Persona Project. This is all the rules, regulations, boundaries, everything you could ever want to know about anything on my channel, especially Persona Project. It's all there. Check out the description for stream rules. I'm going to be extremely strict with this one because of the things that I'm going to be talking about. I had to pause comments on the year 11 compilation, which is the first compilation I've ever had to stop comments on, so good job, society. Wonderful. And by that I mean I'm being completely sarcastic and I'm utterly disappointed. So please just common courtesy. I'm talking about my real life here. And as another disclaimer, yes, Persona Project is my real life story. This is real people, real events, and obviously this is all covered up with code words. We call them different things, but this is legit my life. Personified. In case that wasn't abundantly clear. Last thing I'll talk about before I get into this is you can donate to the stream. 100% of it goes to me, which I very much appreciate as a queer disabled artist. Keeps my channel going. And I have merch, which I am wearing one today. It is a lovely Persona Project shirt that says "Love Yourselves," and it's got all the personas. And that store is now live. You can actually go on my YouTube channel page, and there's like a shop on there now, which is really cool. But it's on Fourth Wall, so petpyveshop.fourthwall, or you can use the links in the description. It's a little easier if you want to check it out. All we got right now is t-shirts, but we're going to be expanding soon to like posters, stickers, all kinds of stuff. So I think I covered all my regular streamer bases. Okay, so all right. So as we go episode by episode, I will try to forewarn you of the specific content warnings I'm going to get into. When it comes to this episode, the first one of year 11, Home Alone, I was a little like, I don't know if I should put a content warning or not, but I feel like it definitely deserved one. Now that I've looked back on it, I'm like, yeah, I probably should have put one. I think this is just straight up abandonment, neglect and abandonment and parentification. So, this episode was about the first time I came home after my first day after 6th grade. I came home from school, and it was like the first time I was ever home alone. That's the whole episode, is that it was raining, it was pouring down raining, and I came home, and I was like, yeah, I'm home alone. I was like so excited about this until I realized, okay, it was really scary outside. So I called my mom, and my mom was just like not giving me the time of day, essentially. And she was just like, I was trying to complain to her about like, oh my god, middle school sucks, mom, you know, like, because middle school does suck. This is like a fun detail. This is legit my schedule. Like, when you have like a photographic memory, like, you remember everything, and I remember my exact schedule. I had PE in the morning, then I had math, then I had reading. Science was my lunch period, so we'd have like half the class and then lunch and then half the class. It was weird. And then my 5th period was electives, and like that was just like, in 6th grade you go through electives and you basically have like a sample of each elective. Like, you get to do art for 2 weeks, then you get to do an instrument for 2 weeks, then you get to do like, I don't know, agriculture for 2 weeks. Like, it was like basically a sampler of all the different electives you could choose, and then in 7th grade you could pick the ones you really wanted. And my last period was language arts. Thank you guys for the well wishes in the chat. Thank you. I am doing fine. I just want to emphasize that I am okay. No matter what we're talking about here, this is, what, 15 years in the past? Yeah. This is almost 15 years in the past for me, so it's very fresh and new to you guys, but this has been just buried for a long time for me. So, yeah, I was just talking about my middle school experience, and something I didn't really get to fit into this episode is the fact that my middle school legit was originally built to be a jail. My middle school was originally built to be a jail. And so there was bars on the windows. It was just like a very concrete compound, like outdoor school, by the way, in Florida. It was outdoors. All the lockers were outdoors, all the hallways were outdoors. And so the school was huge. It was actually a middle school and a high school combined. And we shared the lunchroom with like the lunchroom and the gym were in the middle. And then like it was like high school on this side, middle school on this side, but we all shared the same area. We shared the auditorium, the gym, and the lunchroom with the high schoolers. And so this place was enormous, and like we only had like 2 minutes to get to class, and it was like the most stressful thing ever because you genuinely needed to go through, there's like this big courtyard in the center, and you had to like go through that. But if it was raining, you couldn't go through the courtyard, so you would inevitably, no matter what, be late if it was raining, because like the school was just like this giant square around this circle, and if you couldn't go through the middle, like if your class was here and you needed to get over there, and the hallways were so crowded when it was raining because obviously nobody wanted to get rain on. So yeah, thing I didn't really get to like shove into this episode was the fact that just like my school was like horrible. Like it was also just like a C grade school. All the kids were delinquents. Like everybody was like bonkers. Like these kids were like definitely like they needed some help for real. And like it's just, yeah, it was just like the only school also because like I lived in a very rural area, and so like it was only the only school around that I could get to, and that sucked because it was like an hour away. Like I had to get, it was an hour bus ride every morning and every afternoon just to get to school and back home on top of so it was just like a wild transition because my elementary school was 5 minutes from my house. So like Blackbird went from 5-minute bus ride, awesome school, to hour-long bus ride, jail. And it was just, oh, thank you.
Well, thank you for sharing your story.
Oh,
enjoy
Raven.
some delicious fries.
Thank you. I will. I actually did get seasoned fries this week. I'm real excited about them. They've been really yummy. So thank you for the dono, Raven. Oh, you're so sweet. It's always so good to see you, dude. Oh, thank you. But so yeah, middle school was just awful. And so the first thing I did was call my mom to be like, they locked all the bathrooms. I couldn't go to the bathroom all day. Like, what the heck? What is wrong with this school? Why is it so bad? Why is there fires? Why is there drugs? Like, I saw somebody ask in the fire drill episode, like, why was there a fire in the school? And I'm like, it's right here. Yeah, it is. Kids would just light the bathroom on fire for fun. I'm not even joking. So yeah, I remember being like in tears calling her, and she basically was just like, I'm working. Like exactly like that. I'm working. And I was just like, oh, sorry. And this is where it gets a little complicated. So my brother was still in elementary school, and elementary school gets out like 2 hours before middle school did. And so my grandparents would pick up my brother. My nanny and papa would pick up my brother and watch him for a few hours. But as soon as I got home, nanny and papa would drop him off so I could continue to watch him. So if people were wondering like how that worked, that's technically how that worked. There's just a lot of weird things I couldn't obviously shove into like 1 minute. Where I'm like, yeah, like, after I got home, you know, called nanny and papa and said, hey, I'm home, you can bring my brother now. So it was just us two kids alone, and there was a tornado, and it's just like, you know, it was just like so goddamn stressful. And all I remember is that we did rainbow art. Like, I was like, we're gonna do rainbow art, and I made pancakes because that's like the only thing I knew how to make at the time. And I remember being like, yeah, mom's not coming home. Mom's not coming home. And she did it. And from this point on, she never did. And this shot's kind of cool, I feel, because it really shows, like, the two kind of sides of my childhood where I was extremely parentified, but also I was just, like, completely free to do kind of whatever I wanted. So, whatever I wanted as an 11-year-old looked like, I'm gonna do rainbow art and make pancakes. So I had the freedom to do what I wanted, but also I was, like, totally alone. And you can see in, like, the top right that there's the parent signature, and I signed my portion, but no one was there to sign the parent signature. And it's just one of those things where I'm trying to show that, while I could do mostly everything alone, there just was no way I could do this all by myself. In the end. So, yeah, I remember just taking care of the house, taking care of my brother, putting him to bed, and having to sit there and forge my mom's signature on all of my syllabus, my class syllabuses. Which, you know, it was just telling us what the classes were going to be about. And I remember feeling so, like, garbage, because, like, I didn't have that. I didn't get to review with my mom and be like, hey, what does this mean, you know, or, like, oh, they want us to, like, you know, donate stuff to the classroom. A lot of the times they were asking for things like tissues or markers or whatever, and I couldn't contribute, because we were, like, dirt poor anyways, but I couldn't even ask even if I wanted to. Um, and so I've got this really awesome shot of like just me sitting in my room being like, wow, being home alone is definitely not what I thought it was gonna be like. And it's just sort of that realization that like I really was home alone. Like it wasn't just I'm home alone because nobody's home. I mean, nobody was ever home. Nobody ever showed up for me. And so, like, I have this shot of me kind of holding my little Elmo, which is, like, at this point, the symbolism of my childhood, and just, that's what I should have been concerned with. But that's just kind of the reality of being parentified, and that's kind of where it begins. And from this point on, it is going to just get more and more serious, and there are some episodes that I think I'm going to point blank skip. Just so you know, in case you're wondering. So that was 159, Home Alone. The next one is Locker Room. This one's got some warnings for bullying, body shaming, neglect, and eating disorders. So just be aware. Best sibling award. Thank you guys. I do try. You'll see it just continues to get more and more crazy, but like, yeah. Year 12 has one of the like biggest moments with that, and oh boy. Anyways, we'll talk about year 12 when it comes. So yeah, we got the inside of Blackbird's little locker in gym class. This is a really stupid and dumb detail but I just like had to put it in there. I had this little like I guess like body spray and like deodorant set that I got that was like the scent that I associate with Blackbird is mango. And this is why, because in middle school, in both of my lockers, I had like these little like body care kits and they were mango scented. So now I can't have mango scented things because they just straight up remind me of like the worst part of my life. But like I do associate this era with mango for whatever reason, and that this is the reason, you know? So it's like those really tiny things. But I remember being in the locker room, just getting changed into my gym clothes, and these girls were literally making fun of me because I was like growing boobs and didn't have a bra. Which, by the way, if this talk makes you uncomfortable, just leave, because AFAB people exist, boobs exist, uteruses exist. We're gonna talk about all of that, and if it's gonna make you feel icky wicky, then please leave. Because we are grown-ass adults, okay? And we're gonna talk about anatomy, because it makes a huge part of this entire middle school experience so much worse for me, the fact that I had no idea what was going on. So yeah, these girls were like making fun of me. And the thing that the comment section just absolutely blew my mind over, something that I did not think about. Okay, I want to put this in perspective for you. My entire life, I have been exploited and I have been SA'd, like, my entire life, okay? So at this point, people looking at me inappropriately did not faze me. It didn't even strike me as odd that people were looking at me in that way. But half the comment section was just like, dude, why were those girls looking at you like that? The way I had to sit back and be like, oh my god, you're right. Why were they looking at me like that? That's weird. What a bunch of little creeps. And like, I didn't even think about it like that because like I was so used to people looking at me like that I genuinely, even though I made this entire episode, I hadn't even, that thought still did not cross my mind because it was that normal. And that's the horrible sad truth. Like, when it's so normalized, it's just like, holy shit. Damn. Y'all were right. Like, they were weird for that. So, like, thanks for pointing that out, because it really helped me process that in a way that I had never seen it before. Like, I was just like, oh yeah, girls just look at each other in the locker room. Like, I thought that was normal. That's kind of half of, like, when I go to therapy is genuinely me being like, that's not normal. My therapist being like, no. And I go, oh. Yeah, you're kind of right. Uh-oh. So, just, yeah, that was crazy for me. That was like a processing even after the episode was over. But yeah, these girls were making fun of me, because I was growing up. And I remember ever since that day, I was like absolutely mortified of my body. I think this is genuinely where I started to like hate my body because it was changing and I could not control that at all. And like, being autistic doesn't help, but like also not being sound in my gender doesn't help either. So it's just very much like, no one taught me a thing. And I remember I would do this. I would suck in my breath or sit like this to where my shirt would like be very large and like it wouldn't look like I have anything. And I remember trying to walk around like this and just like sucking in my breath and being like, I don't have boobs. I don't have boobs. It's just like I tried so hard. But like in the end, like I just couldn't hide it. Like it's just like my body and I couldn't hide myself. And like I still got made fun of. And like no one was there to teach me a thing about my body. No one taught me about acne, no one taught me about puberty, no one taught me about hormones, no one taught me about my period, nobody taught me about boobs, no one taught me about anything. And so here I was being like, what the hell is wrong with me? Because all the other girls around me seemed to have it figured out. They had training bras, they had period products, they had skincare, you know, they had like all of like the feminine experience that I was locked out of. And I just was just so goddamn confused like what was wrong with me, because like that was a negative core belief I have, right? There, like when you are told your entire life, especially as an autistic person, that there is something wrong with you, you believe that. So I was just like, oh, there's guys, if you post your age in the chat, you will point blank be hidden from the channel. Like, I am done with you guys being so careless on the internet. Please practice basic internet safety. I am trying to talk about stuff and you guys are distracting me. Please, just... Please. Please be safe. Thank you. Okay. Gato, no, we did not talk about this in school, actually. I need to reiterate, I'm from a very rural area in the middle of Florida. I won't dive too much into the politics, but I will say the politics there definitely dictated the fact that that was inappropriate to teach children. So yeah, that's why I didn't learn about it, because, yeah. Anyways, we won't get too much into that. I don't want to start an argument, but, oh, dude, thank you guys so much for the well wishes, though, thank you. But, yeah, so yeah, I was just kind of blocked out because my life wasn't normal. Like, everybody was busy doing something else, and nobody taught me a damn thing. And this is where it all began. And this next story is something that I was, like, deeply, like, humiliated over, okay? This is something that I was, like, dreading when it came to Persona Project. I was like, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to tell everybody in the world about this. But, like, I definitely needed to, because it's not my shame to carry. It's my parents. It's the people who neglected me. Basically, there were showers in the school. And since I had PE first period, I wanted to shower because I was not gonna go the entire day being sweaty and disgusting. Like, no. So I would, like, take a quick shower and then come over to my locker and get dressed or whatever, because that's, like, how locker rooms work. And so while I was in the shower, I left my locker unlocked by accident. God forbid. And so the kids around me thought it would be really funny to take everything out of my locker and throw it onto the floor. Which, you know, when I got out of the shower, I was like, whatever, I shouldn't have left it unlocked, that's my bad. Which, again, why am I blaming myself? Second of all, the one thing that, I didn't pick up off the floor, because I kind of grabbed everything, put it in the back in the locker. One thing I didn't grab off the floor was my underwear. And so when I was getting dressed, I was like, where's my underwear? Oh god, oh god. And I was like stressing because I only had like 3 pairs. Yeah, I did not have anything that I absolutely needed. And so the few things that I did have, I had to be so careful with. And so I was like freaking out because I was like, where is it? Like, I only have like a few pairs, dude. I can't lose them. And then the kids behind me were literally like kicking it around on the floor, being like, ew, oh my god, whose baby's panties are these? Because they were like Dora the Explorer. I was 11, and I've had those panties like my entire life. And so they were like baby panties to all the other girls, and they were like kicking it around, and like being like, ew, my god, ew, it's so gross, like, stupid ass kids. And I remember being like, I'm gonna go pick them up because I desperately need them. But I was like, if I pick them up, everyone's gonna know they're mine. Because as of that moment, no one knew who they were. They didn't know whose locker it was. Like, no, we didn't have names or anything on the lockers, so they all looked identical. So they just threw my stuff down. They didn't know whose it was. So if I picked it up, they would have known it was mine, and I would have been even more humiliated. So I just had to leave them there. And I went the entire day without underwear. And it was the weirdest feeling in the world. And I remember being so embarrassed and uncomfortable all day. And I was so upset about this. Because again, like, I did not have anything growing up, like, that I absolutely needed. And I was definitely, like, bullied a shitload more because of the neglect. Like, I think that's something that not a lot of people talk about, is that neglect is so multifaceted. It's not just a physical experience, it's an emotional experience, it's a humiliation aspect. There's so much emotional turmoil that goes in with the neglect side of things that I think not a lot of people really talk about. So that's why I went into so much detail, because I was like, dude, nobody really talks about the fact that, like, not having things socially in, like, middle school, it gets ya. It gets ya. Because kids will see that and they will exploit that. They will be cruel to you. Especially in middle school. Because, yeah, I only had, like, a few underwear left, and I lost one of them that day. And it's just... it's things like this that made me absolutely hate my body, hate my circumstances, hate the fact that, like, the only reason why I still had those panties was because I fit in them. Because I was tiny. Because I had an eating disorder. And so my parents, whenever they were like, oh, what do you need or whatever, and I'm like, oh, I still fit into my stuff. They never bought new. I could pull out, I have it right here. I could pull out a pair of shorts that I have from Blackbird's era that I still fit in to this day. And if that doesn't mortify you, it should. Like, this is like the reality of eating disorders. I don't know where that is. I'm trying to grab it from where I'm sitting. Here we go. These are it. I have these are the pajama pants that I've had since Blackbird's era. No shit. Oh, thank you, Very Blue. You've been a member for 7 months. Oh, I'm so glad, dude. Yeah, sharing hard moments. Not everything's sunshine and rainbows, alright? It's important. Life's a balance here. But yeah, this is like, these are like elastic. But, I've had these literally, I don't even know how long. I wish I had the date on there. It's crazy. But I've had these forever. And I can still fit in them to this day. Reality of eating disorders, okay? So what I had is what I had, and as they just assumed, oh, well, if you still fit into them, you don't need new. And so I did my best to stay the same size, because I wasn't gonna get anything else. So there's a lot. This is a lot. Leaf Moon, I don't have eating disorder anymore. No, I got that very quickly helped. But I do have Crohn's disease, and I have malnourishment issues because of that, so I am just generally very small. And I do tend to fit into things, but the reason why I have those pants still to this day is because of how tiny I made myself stay. And those effects follow you for like the rest of your life. Like, it is not something that you just magically bounce back from. Like, dude, I'm very small. Okay, like, I'm very small. So I'm like less than 100 pounds, sometimes less than 90 pounds, and like I've been like that my whole life since this point. And I really want to emphasize the fact that, like, just because you don't have an eating disorder anymore, the effects are still there. For some people do manage to get back to being healthy, but I think because this happened to me when I was so young, this stunted the hell out of my growth. So Crohn's disease is an autoimmune disorder. It's like a disease that affects, it's like an inflammatory disease. It mostly affects your stomach, but it can affect a lot of other aspects of your life. And basically, when I eat food, the nutrients that I would typically absorb from the food, I don't. So I get very easily malnourished, because my body just can't process nutrients. It can't process most foods. I have to be like very, very, very specific about my diet. And with that restrictive food intake, I have more ARFID symptoms right now than anything. I haven't been diagnosed with ARFID, but I definitely show signs. But I go to a nutritionist, and I'm in physical therapy and all kinds of stuff, so we're getting my strength back. I won't talk about the eating disorder yet, guys. I don't know why we're all very excited about this, but just, we'll talk about it when the episode gets there. But this was the first episode where we saw Crawly Wobbles appear, and Crawly Wobbles is going to be the embodiment of that ED. So that is just the second episode. Thanks for bearing with me. This is very rough. We'll put a pin in this. We'll come back to the eating disorder in a few episodes. I don't want to talk about it all at once. It's making me feel shaky and weak. So we're just gonna move on to the training bra episode. When I actually did get a training bra. Because I think that's, this episode is kind of important in the sense of it just shows like why I have a whole personality disorder. So this one's going to be about emotional abuse and body shaming once again. So this one is about when I got a training bra. This is when I actually turned 11. I had a cute little SpongeBob birthday. It was awesome. At this point, I started wearing this big brown bomber jacket. And you're gonna see that crap load in the next few years of Persona Project. Jackets are kind of a safety and comfort item for me, and you'll find that I'll be wearing a big jacket a lot. That's why pretty much all my arrows wear some form of something to cover my arms, because my body dysmorphia tends to take place with my arms the most. So that's why I usually cover up. And it's also just like it covers my chest, it covers my arms, it covers everything that makes my body feel icky. But some notable people are here at my birthday. We have my best friend, who was Jill in Wild Child's era, but now she's known as Goldie in this era. So we have Goldie/Jill on the left, and then on the right we have Buzz, who was my best guy friend from daycare, who continued to be my friend past elementary school days. And my grandparents, my pop-up and my Mimi were in the background, because that was my mom's side of the family. And I really want to emphasize this. gift giving is like a hard topic for me. And this is kind of why. I was given gifts as apologies. I was given gifts as kind of a way to reprimand something that had happened that was bad. People would typically only give me gifts when they were trying to say sorry, or to shut me up, or to make me forget about something. Like, gifts I have a very negative association with even to this day. And I only really got gifts on my birthday at parties like this because it was a flaunt of my parents to kind of cover up what was actually going on. Even though I was deeply neglected and abused, they were like, but look, we threw you this amazing SpongeBob birthday party, and look at all these presents we got you. You're so loved and so spoiled. And it was just kind of like it was a mask in their own right. It was very much like we were in a dollhouse, and everybody saw the fake version of our lives and my family. Until this birthday. Then they kind of showed their true colors a little bit. They just couldn't help themselves. So, I got presents, wasn't feeling good about getting presents at all, and then I got a Kim Possible training bra, which, sidebar, half the comments on this episode were just like, what's wrong with Kim Possible? Do you not like Kim Possible? I like Kim Possible. It's okay. It just was not my favorite. Like, if I were to get anything, I would like for it to be something I'm actually hyperfixated on as an autistic person. But because my parents did not know me, there's just a whole other layer for me with this. That there's just, oh, we got you this training bra, but we don't really know what you like, so we just got you whatever. Like, the fact that they could have gotten me something that was, you know, maybe even just a little bit more comfortable. Something I actually liked. But they didn't know me enough. They just went, oh, little girls watch this, I think, and bought it, and they're like, yeah, here you go. So, that's why I was mad about it being Kim Possible. I wasn't mad because Kim Possible sucked. It's just Blackbird was just like, oh, that show's lame, like, I like other shows, like, I don't even like this show that much. Like, I don't understand why they got me this, you know? It's just to show the fact that my parents did not know me. And they gave me it in front of everyone. In front of all of my guy friends. Because I mostly had primarily AMAB friends growing up. I felt more comfortable being around them since girls my age were point blank cruel to me. And I just always felt, dare I say, always felt like a guy. So I just wanted to be around them because I fit in more. I had more common interests with AMAB people than I did AFAB people. And so my brother had his friends too, who were also AMAB over, and it was just like, it was just so embarrassing. It was just like so embarrassing. Like, this was like the most embarrassed I think I ever was. And I remember asking my mom, I was like, is this a training bra? Because I didn't even know what a training bra looked like, really. Or what it was, how to even put it on or anything. I was that sheltered. I did not know what was going on. I was like, is this a training bra? And they were all laughing at me. And she took a picture of me. And this picture was like her prized possession. Okay? Like, this picture was shown to everyone everywhere. It was just like, oh my god, look at her face. She's just mortified over a training bra. Like, they just loved to make fun of me. So, like, that's essentially what this whole episode is about. The fact that, like, this was supposed to be a private undergarment. And I was just humiliated for the sake of, like, their little joke, their little prank. They just wanted to make me feel less than and just put me down. Like, there's genuinely no logical explanation for why they did this other than it was a boost to their own ego. And, like, my mom does have NPD. She is a narcissist, just so everybody is aware. I'm using the term completely as it is meant to be used. She has narcissistic personality disorder and is a narcissist. I'm not saying that in a derogatory manner. This is just a fact. This is just how she got her supply, was through me. And everybody laughed at me, everybody took pictures, and it was just like one of the most deeply humiliating things that's ever happened to me. And this is why I have avoidant personality disorder. And if you don't know anything about avoidant personality disorder, sit down. It is a personality disorder deeply rooted in fear, humiliation, perception. I have a deep fear of people. I'm terrified of other human beings. I don't trust anyone. I am hyper aware, hyper paranoid. It is super hard to be my friend. It is super hard for me to want to talk to anyone, even people I like, because there's just this constant fear that I'm doing something wrong, that I'm bad, that I'm wrong, that I'm gross, I'm humiliating, I'm ugly. There's something always wrong with me that makes me want to hide from other people. And that is genuinely the root of, like, my current era, is just me trying to battle the worst of my AVPD, because I am definitely not doing a good job. It is just so much easier to hide and avoid. And this is why I want to hide. I want to run and hide because, like, for a long time, Blackbird would just laugh and be like, oh, haha, yeah, this is so gross and ugly. Being a teenage girl is so ugly. I remember I slingshotted that thing across the room just to make all my friends laugh. Because at the end of the day, everyone was already laughing at me. I'm just gonna laugh too. So it became a thing where I started also laughing at myself. And that was like my coping mechanism. So, briefly, I would like to also go over if in Persona Project at any point I'm laughing about something and it seems like, oh, this was probably a little traumatic, but I'm just gonna be a little silly about it, that is like my main coping mechanism. Humor is my coping mechanism, and this is why. And it's not because I'm not taking it seriously. Obviously, I do take things seriously 99% of the time with Persona Project. But there are some instances where I look back at things and sometimes it is genuinely just better to laugh and be like, you know, I could treat this very, very seriously, but also I think it is good to laugh sometimes. Because if I treat all of this like doom and gloom, it is just going to be miserable for everyone, and myself included. So yeah, that's how I coped. I would just laugh, and I avoided the bra for a really long time. I put on my jacket. I would just do everything I could to not wear the damn thing, because I was just did not know the words for it at the time, but dysmorphic. And eventually people were just making fun of my jacket and being able to see through my jacket, and eventually I had to wear the bra. And I hated it very, very much. It's itchy, it's horrible. I've never found one that I've actually ever liked. I hate them. I hate them so much. Curse be the bra, I hate them. But this is just kind of Blackbird complaining about being like, why did it become impossible? And that was gonna kind of be the end of the episode. But then I sat with my therapist and I was like, this episode is just mortifying. Like, I'm not feeling good about this one. And she was like, well, you're having Blackbird laugh, right? And I was like, well, yeah, that's how I coped. And so my therapist was like, I think you should find a way to talk to yourself right now and find a way to laugh right now. And I was like, okay. So I thought about it and I was like, let me, like, talk to Blackbird. And I'm like, what would you change? And surprisingly, I didn't even change the fact that I was humiliated, that I got it in front of everybody. The only thing I wanted to change was the fact that it was Kim Possible. I was like, you know, at least if it was like 2 Pokeballs, that would have been funny, and I would have enjoyed it because it would have been funny. And so that's kind of like where that came from, where she made the 2 Pokeballs joke, and I was like, yeah, that's what it should be like. This is what my childhood should have been all along. I should have been able to just find the joy in it. And like, so this was a really good healing moment for me, and I'll perhaps go to my therapist, because yeah, I wasn't even thinking about what I could change about that memory if I could. And it was so shocking to me that the only thing I wanted to change was the character on the bra. So I thought that was interesting. And then I sat with my friend and said, you know what's so lame? Getting a bra for your birthday. And then she's like, yeah, that sucked. And like, it just felt like this is one of the best times me and Blackbird have ever connected. So it turned out to me this very healing thing of being like, yeah, this was really humiliating, but also my parents were so lame for that, and it's pushing all of the blame back onto my parents and being like, you guys were awful, you guys sucked for that, and like being like, yeah, we should have had Pokemon, yeah, if you knew us, which you didn't. So it's just kind of speaking the truth of the matter instead of what they wanted me to believe. So that's training bra, and now we're gonna hop back over to eating disorder land. So yes, we're gonna talk about eating disorder. If that makes you uncomfortable, please step away. It's also gonna be leaning a lot into neglect. And there is a fundraiser attached to this one. I'm gonna post the link to it into the chat. There's a fundraiser attached to the short. But if you don't want to use like the YouTube fundraiser, you can also just do the... It's not letting me post this because it's too long. Please. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get the link to the NEDA, which is the National Eating Disorder Association. And this is where you can donate if you so desire. This whole episode was meant to be kind of a awareness and a spot to fundraise. I did donate a good portion to that myself, as much as I could right now, because I genuinely probably wouldn't be here without an organization like that. So if you can, great. If not, spread it around. So, yeah, disorder. In the background, you can see my mom is on her phone during my doctor's appointment. Can't even be present for that, you know? It's really the small things. And I also like that I also very cheekily drew the no cell phones right above her using her cell phone. I love calling her out. You know, I just love showing just point blank just how much they were just never meant to be parents. They're just so bad. Ugh, alright. So, basically, the doctors were like, hey, are you okay? Because I wasn't acting right. First of all, I was extremely anxious. Because somebody was like, you know, examining my body, which makes me extremely nervous. And so I was showing signs of abuse and neglect, and they were like, are you okay? And I was like, because I couldn't really answer. I could, but like, my mom was there, and if I answered, I would have gotten my ass beat. So I was like, yeah, and then they were like, hey, do you want your mom to leave? And I was like, yes. But before I could say that, my mom was just like, she was just like, my child tells me everything. I know everything about her. Which should contradict the last episode so painfully hard. I hope you guys understand how much I put into the writing when it comes to this. I want you to understand just how much I put into the writing. Please understand. I know everything about her, but I bought her a Kim Possible bra on her birthday. Okay. And then I said, yeah, can you make her leave? And it took 2 people to get her out of the room, by the way. I didn't draw it here, but it took 2 people to drag her out. She was screaming at me. Like, she was, like, point blank self-reporting. She was self-reporting because she was... She was literally screaming at me, being like, what are you hiding? Oh my god, you don't hide shit from your mother! Like, she was, like, screaming at me, and I remember being like... well, they kind of know now. And so, like, they were like, hey, are you safe at home? And I was like... no... But I didn't answer, like, everything, right? Like, I didn't tell them everything because I was, like, terrified of getting taken away from them, because that's all I was ever told. I was always told that if I told anybody what was actually going on in my house, I'd be taken away forever. So I didn't tell them everything. I just told them about, like, all my eating disorder stuff. I was like, you know, basically, just so you're aware, I'll just say this right now, I was definitely misdiagnosed, at least I feel so, because they said I had bulimia. I don't think I had bulimia, but I could be wrong. I mean, they're the experts and all, but also this was like 15 years ago, and the science and research we had for eating disorders and just mental health in general was really just not good. So they did their best, but I really don't think that's what it was. I think it was definitely more of just, like, extremely severe anxiety, or ARFID, or a combination of both. Because I think autism played a lot heavier of a role in food than people give me credit for. Like, y'all remember Wild Child's little picky eating episode. We all thought that was cute, right? That's not ARFID? Sure. Yeah, I definitely think I've had that for a long time. But that's just kind of, like, what I'm theorizing here, because I don't know. I'm just, like, when it comes to, like, this stuff... Sorry, I've lost my train of thought because you guys are asking things in the chat that I really wish you would not. Please? You're getting put in timeout for the rest of the day. You're done. Read the stream rules before you speak. Holy shit, I do not want to have to turn off chat. Like, please. We're talking about extremely serious stuff. Don't ask me really insensitive things. If I'm sitting here telling you, like, the worst part of my lives, and you're gonna walk up to me and be like, hey, is your dad dead? Hello? Read the fucking room. Not to be mean, but, like, do you think before you speak? I'm a real person. You see that, right? God, I'm sorry, I get very frustrated. Like, the internet right now moves like this. You need to slow down. You need to slow down. Think before you comment. Think before you have a 120-second gap when you can speak on my live stream. Like, you have to think before you speak. Like, please, just slow down. And think before you speak. Thank you. Okay. Oh my god. Anyways. So anyways, I told them about everything that was going on and, like, why I was so underweight. Then they gave me a mental health evaluation. It's just a very basic depression and anxiety screening. I had both, already at age 11. Which, the trickster, who is the little cat jester guy, that is my depression and anxiety. He's the entity that, embodies that. And then we have Carly Wobbles, who's the eating disorder. And even here, I'm like, hey, I don't know if I had bulimia. I basically would binge eat food whenever we had it, and then I would make myself sick. Not, like, intentionally so, I would just eat until I was sick. Because I was so anxious about never eating. And I would go to bed starving, and my stomach acid would, like, tear up my stomach, real bad, and then I'd throw up because of that. It was just a whole lot of throwing up, whole lot of eating, and so that with the binging and purging, they were just like, yeah, you're bulimic. And I wasn't necessarily, like, super obsessed with my weight. The only thing that I was really obsessed with was fitting into my clothes, because I wasn't going to be able to afford others. So I just really want to emphasize the fact that the main components of this eating disorder stem from neglect. And that is why I'm I think this is more of a severe anxiety eating disorder or ARFID rather than bulimia, because I genuinely think if I had access to food regularly and I had access to clothes regularly, I probably wouldn't have this issue at all. So this is just that's what I think is going on here, just a full disclaimer. Just so much despair with this episode that I really don't want to get into like too many details with. You could just basically fill in the gaps, right? Like, come on, like, it was just very gruesome and gross, and luckily I did get help. I ended up, unfortunately, God, this is like a really silly little detail, but I have like these little protein shakes. I was forced to drink these really awful protein shakes, and when I got all of these diagnoses, by the way, that day I got diagnosed with depression, anxiety, and bulimia. So my mother was flipping her goddamn lid. That car ride home was horrible. Let's just put it like that. It was so much screaming and crying. Like, she was screaming at me so bad, being like, "You made me look like such an ass!" Like, I got tore up over that. Yeah, I got tore up for having, like, a multitude of disorders. You know. So she became, like, a drill sergeant when it came to my eating. And it made everything, like, super bad and worse, because she was just, like, 4 protein shakes a day. Like, it was, like, ridiculous how much she was, like, pushing this shit on me. Because she was terrified that she was gonna get caught for neglecting me. Oh no! What a nightmare! What do you mean my parents are being held accountable for raising their kids? Oh my god, what a nightmare! Oh. Sorry, being sarcastic. Again, I cope with humor. You should see that by now. But my mom was the main person who was obsessed with my body from that point on, and was just very much like... It's just frustrating because she cared so much about my appearance at that point. Also, this is something I haven't brought up yet, but I don't think it'll come up. Actually, I don't have an episode planned. She would take me to get my eyebrows waxed at like 10 years old. She taught me how to shave before she ever taught me what boobs were. Like, she was already, like, the beauty standards that she cared so deeply about. The whole reason why I have my nails painted right now is because I always had my nails painted in Blackbird's era. Because she always made sure my nails were painted, I was always fully shaved, my eyebrows were done, I was on, like, medication for my acne. Like, it was horrible medication, by the way. It was, like, bad. We'll get into it in Parker's era. Just, she cared so much about my appearance, and, like, that is what also is kind of feeding into the eating disorder side of things, is that, like, my parent was helicoptering around me so much about food, my weight, my appearance, my body, just all of a sudden, it was just because the doctors were like, "Hey, your kid has a problem." She tripled down on that problem because she couldn't allow there to be a problem. And this is why I have perfectionist issues, because she was such a hypercritical perfectionist over me that I developed all these goddamn issues. And, like, this is where the OCD comes from. And, like, if you ever wonder, like, what is going on and, like, why I have so many diagnoses, it's laid out right in front of you right here. So, I have this whole spiel at the end of this talking about eating disorders and how being recognized is so important. Like, we need to be more proactive in preventing these and noticing these before it is too late. So again, I just want to raise awareness. Eating disorders come in all shapes and sizes, all different kinds of varying symptoms. It is a spectrum. You need to be aware. If someone you know or yourself, you feel you're struggling, use the resources I have listed in the description of all these videos. I will repost all of my stuff. But again, the eating disorder NEDA has a lot of amazing resources. I'll post them again. For helping others, helping yourself, getting screened. It takes a couple seconds. It it could save your life. It could save somebody you know. So I highly recommend, if you or somebody you know is struggling, be aware. It might be an uncomfortable conversation, it might be an uncomfortable confrontation, but better that than an uncomfortable life. You don't want to know what it's like to live with it. You don't. Prevent it if you can. Please. I'm begging. If you resonate with anything I just said, please. I urge you to seek help. And it's sad. The statistics for eating disorders are very sad. Only 10% of people get help. 10%, by the way, that is a tiny number, and I was one of that 10%. Cause like, the end goal here is to be like Blackbird. Beat up your collywobbles, bro. Beat up your collywobbles. Beat them up. Defeat them. They are a demon inside of you. Beat them up. Like, I'm telling you, like, I overcame that, and, like, I still struggle sometimes. I still have I get really shaky and I want to binge eat sometimes, even to this day. But now I have the coping skills to go, no, I'm gonna let it pass, and I drink some water, and the shakiness goes away, and I'm like, I don't need to do this. And it took my whole life to get to a coping point where obviously my whole life, I'm still probably going to struggle with stuff like this, but now I don't act on it anymore, and that's the huge difference. That's what recovery looks like. So, just so you're aware, it's never going to be perfect, and you might still experience stuff even long after it's gone, and that is totally normal and fine. And you will have the skills, if you get help, to not act on it anymore. And no, Mariella, I do not enjoy any kind of protein shakes or nutrition shakes. They're deeply triggering to me. So, that was one of the hardest episodes I've ever had to put out. Ever. It was just horrible. Aside from the very next one, which I am going to tread extremely lightly on this topic, because I know a lot of people on here struggle with the same thing, and if you struggle with the next topic, I don't want to seem like I am glorifying or encouraging the subject. I am not at all. I definitely condone this. I'm going to be talking about non-suicidal self-injury and self-harm. Okay? Next episode is very rough. This one also has a lovely fundraiser attached. I'm gonna send the YouTube video that has my fundraiser attached, but I'm also going to send the links to where you can donate directly. This one is a fundraiser for the Trevor Project. Yeah, please come back later if you can't handle this topic. Don't stick around. Like, you can skip this. So yeah, the Trevor Project is a lovely organization that helps LGBTQ youth, specifically with these kinds of situations. Definitely crisis resources and things like that. So if you resonate with anything I'm about to say, please get help, obviously. I would definitely reach out to 988. There is you can call or text it, or you can chat online. That's the National Suicide Crisis Hotline. Please use them if you need them. Or the Trevor Project. Trevor Project also has very similar resources. All of it's free, too. It's all free. Please use it. If you need it. I will also, let me find the link to 988 for you in case you need it. Post that on the chat as well. Oh yeah, you can share, definitely share the fundraisers, please. But just make sure people are aware of the topics at hand so they don't watch the video and get triggered, of course. But yeah. This whole one was like, the whole reason why I chose the Trevor Project was because I really wish I had access to something like that when I was in Blackbird's era. But we just didn't have that kind of stuff. It just wasn't accessible at the time. Whole other time period, you know, this is like 2009. Internet was just starting to get kind of up there and having resources like this. So, alright, so I'm gonna hide anybody from the channel who's also asking me to make episodes of Persona Project. This isn't a fucking fake story. This is my real life. You can't just tell me what to- oh, next episode make them do this. No. It's not characters. It's not a joke. I swear to God, I will turn off chat. Please don't push me. I am trying my best to be as calm-tempered as possible while talking about the worst shit in my life. Please be respectful. Okay. So, this episode I titled Wish. This episode was written like 20 times. Okay, this episode was written so many times. I talked to my therapist for 4 different sessions. For almost 4.5 hours we talked about this episode because I was so stressed about it. Because I didn't know how much detail to go into. I didn't know how much detail to leave out. Because I didn't want to not do justice for Blackbird. I did want to talk about what she did. But I also didn't want to influence people, I guess is the way I want to put it. I have a responsibility. People look up to me. I am a safe, older, queer adult. And not a lot of people have that in their lives. And I do not want to condone this topic at all. Self-harm is so serious. And so I was like, how do I even talk about it? Should I even talk about it at all? And I do want to talk about it because it's real and it happens to a lot of people. And self-harm is not just the same for everyone. It is a huge spectrum. It's a huge, vastly different experience for each person. And so this is just mine. And I'm not going to go into any extreme details at all. You will not find them because you're not going to do what I did. The last thing I want is for you to do what I did. So, basically, you'll see the theme of wishes sprinkled throughout all of this. The whole reason why I chose the Trevor Project was because I wished that I had something like that. I got my new cell phone. It was a Motorola Razr. And I was texting my mom on it. Being like, you know, like, oh, I made it home, because, you know, I'm home alone all the time now. And then as I texted her I was home alone, I was like, okay, I'm home. I was like, I wish my mom would get into a car accident so she wouldn't come home. I hate when she's at home. She sucks. And as soon as I wished that into the world, it legit happened. She legit got into an accident. And like, my OCD lit on fire, and I was like, oh my god, I made my mom get into a car accident. I did this. This is my fault. And so, in my extreme childhood history, when I did something wrong, I needed to be punished. And so I had this whole system in my head of physical punishment. And so when all my other coping mechanisms were working, I resorted to the worst thing possible. Because I deeply believed that I needed to be physically punished. Because I did something wrong. And this is something that not a lot of people talk about. But self-harm is an addiction. Self-harm is an addiction. I will say it again. I come from an addictive family. My dad was an alcohol fanatic. Okay, this guy was an alcoholic. And my mother was not necessarily addicted to anything, but she did smoke, she did drink on occasion. It was just the addictive side of my family, which is all sides of my family, were present in me and could be activated at any time. I just happened to not choose drugs or alcohol. I chose something worse. And so I just want to reiterate that this is an addiction, set forth by point blank my entire life beforehand. The physical punishment aspect of this was normalized. If I do something wrong, I get punished. Down to my birth being a curse. I was so convinced that this was what needed to happen. And so that's what I did. This is all metaphorical. I'm not ever going to show anything that I ever did in any kind of detail in any kind of way. But the band-aid does just represent that, yeah, I did hurt myself. And so, the thing that was so addictive about this for me personally was the fact that after I did it, it would heal. And that would prove to me that whatever was going on and distressing me would also fade with time. That's what was addictive. I feel like that's not what people talk about. People say people that self-harm are just crazy. They need to be locked up. They need, like, oh, there's just so much stigma around self-harming. And there's such a deep psychological and personal reason why people choose to do this. It is a maladaptive coping mechanism. It is something people do to cope. And it's not something that people should be berated for. People should get help. You should see somebody and go, wow, they're self-harming. Are they okay? Not, I'm gonna shun them. If that's your initial reaction, if you're so uncomfortable by seeing somebody's scars being like, why would they do something like that to themselves? They should be ashamed. If that's your first thought and not, are they okay? That must have hurt. Why would they do something like that? Are they okay? You need to be reevaluating some things here. Because, like, I'm just tired of the stigma. And this is why I almost didn't talk about it. Was that I was like, people are gonna look at me differently. They're gonna think that I'm just crazy. Because that's how people are viewed for self-harm. And it's so terrible. And the reality is that I had an addiction and I found a coping mechanism that made my inside pain match my outside pain, and that was dangerous. And everybody on Earth should see how dangerous this is, and why it is so critical that you get help if you are experiencing any kind of form of this. Even if it's light, even if it doesn't cause that much harm, you are still harming yourself, and you need help. That is what's so important about this topic, is that everyone in my family prior, no one got help with their addictions. And look at what happened. Look at all the damage they caused to me, my brother, everyone around them. It eventually led to me hurting myself. So, getting help is not just also helping you, it's helping everyone around you too. Because I didn't realize, also at the time, how much that was affecting all my friends around me and family. We're gonna have to see me like that. It's very sad, and it's tragic beyond measure. And the fact that people stigmatize it and people just don't understand where the root of this comes from. I hope I can at least speak into the world that if you have this experience, you're not alone at all, and you deserve help. It's not something that we should stigmatize. It's not something we should continue to put down. We should help them. It's abundant. Help is everywhere now. Like, it's so easy to get help. And, like, yeah, I have scars everywhere now. And I have to live with those forever, and they are constant reminders that I needed help. And I never got it. And I hope that you get help, so you don't have to have the constant physical reminders that you didn't get it. Because it's hard. It's hard. Every day I have to get in the shower, it's not fun. So, I just want to raise awareness for non-suicidal self-injury and self-harm and suicide, because I genuinely think it is something people wait way too long to talk about. They'll wait until it's over, until it's done. They only will talk about your self-harm when they can see your scars. They won't talk about it before you think about doing it. They won't talk to you about their friend who committed suicide. They'll say, I don't know what happened. He was the happiest person. It's always too late. And I hate that narrative. I want to change that narrative for other people. It was too late for me, but it is not too late for y'all. Please, let's change the narrative. Let's be proactive. We need to think about the stuff before it happens instead of reacting when it's already done. And saying, oh, I send my prayers, my condolences. We wouldn't have to do any of that if we just prevented it altogether. So, that is my big goal here. is to advocate for you and your future eras. Your future eras do love you. I never thought I would find a spot in my life where I loved myself. But here I am. Loving myself. Even the worst part of myself. Who hurt herself. I still look at that kid and I go, I love you. Like, think about your future eras. Think about them. Keep them present in your mind. You have to think about them. Because I didn't. And that was selfish of me. So, it is unfortunately a very stigmatized topic, and I just want to reiterate that you're not alone, and it's not, you don't deserve to be further ostracized for something so painful. It is something so personal and painful, and genuinely, I feel like we need more advocates who have actually experienced it to talk about it, to help prevent it. So that's what I'm hoping to do. Again, I'm gonna put more, again, the resources. There's the hotline, and then we also have the Trevor Project. If you're queer, I especially implore you to check out the Trevor Project. They have very specific aids. So it's a hard conversation. If you need to have that conversation with a stranger, definitely use it on the Lifeline. Talk to a hotline, because then, you know, it can be a lot more private. It's free resources. They keep it very personal and private there. But if you want to tell your friends and family and tell a loved one, that is obviously the best route you can take. It's going to be very difficult to talk about, but what's going to be even harder is what's going to follow if you don't. So, it's... rip the band-aid off. That is my wish for you, is to heal. If you've already experienced this, heal as best as you can. Forgive yourself. Look for your future eras. They love you. And if you can prevent something like this in yourself or someone else, please do. And that is where I'll end that one. Okay. Then we took a break. We're going to talk about the pool. So we're going to talk about a happier episode. Alright. Oh, goodness. Okay, so we're talking about the pool. No content warnings on this one. This one's just a silly one. I'm talking about my little custody schedule with my mom and dad. So mom was the main parent. Dad was the kind of secondary parent. And at his house, we always had a swimming pool. So we had this big old swimming pool. And my dad built this giant deck around it. He set up these giant fountains that would, like, literally shoot over our house. They were huge, bro. And also really painful. Like, if you were swimming and those things were on full blast and they came down, dude, it was like a back massage. We'd, like, float in the bottom of the pool and let it, like, pound on our back. It was, like, so nice. But it was also, like, if it was landing right on your head, it was, like, ah! Like, it was so painful. Because it was shooting up so high. And, like, my dad put these, like, cool LED lights on the bottom. And it's just, like... yeah, like, I don't know. It was just such a fun freaking memory. And my dad took down our old playset, and rebuilt it around the pool and put the freaking slides going into the pool. It was insane. This man was insane. Like, my dad was just such the fun parent. I just... can't reiterate it enough that he just was like a kid in his own right. Like, he just straight up wanted to have the most amount of fun possible. He dumped freaking laundry soap into our pool once and turned the entire pool into bubbles. It was crazy. It was like, it smelled so good too. Like, obviously it was like laundry detergent. It was so much fun. And me and my brother would throw the tube in the pool and play King of the Raft. We got, like, this whole, like, kiddie pool and put it in the pool. Because we made the joke, like, there was a SpongeBob reference where they're like, this guy's so rich, he's got a swimming pool in his swimming pool. And we were like, we should do that. So we put, like, a kiddie pool in our pool and, like, use it as a giant floaty. And then at night we would throw glow sticks in the pool and, like, dive for them. And, like, I tried my best just to capture what it felt like to hold your breath as long as you could underwater and just look up and see the glow sticks and see the night sky and just like some of the best memories I have, you know, like I really wanted to just capture them. But like as a kid, I was still painfully aware that it was all a distraction. I just knew that stuff was not good in the background. But I still took my pool for what it was, and it was my safe haven, and that is where I felt safest, was in the comfort of my lovely little swimming pool, which is just my wild child heart loving water my entire life. So this was just a positive memory for me, because I felt like we really needed at least a couple positive memories in between some of these absolutely insane ones, which we're about to go into again. 166 Chase. I just want to reiterate really quickly, yes, this one's gonna have domestic violence and alcoholism, but I also just want to reiterate just in the chat, don't share personal information, don't share deeply personal information. If you want to say you were late, say you were late. You don't have to explain how. Please don't. It's triggering for me, it's triggering for you, it's triggering for everybody. So please, if you resonate with any of this stuff, don't vent here. Not appropriate. Please reach out to any loved ones, the lifelines I mentioned. Please. Okay. So, this next one should feel like whiplash. When I was working on these, my therapist, I was like, there's just so much bad stuff in year 11. And I was like, I just feel like even if I put happy memories in, it's just gonna feel weird because all of a sudden it's like good, and then it's bad, and then it's good, and then it's bad. And my therapist like looked at me very seriously and she was like, think about how you felt as a Blackbird. And I was like, you're right, it really was like that for me. It was very much whiplash all the time. So it makes sense, even though it feels like whiplash to you guys, that's exactly what it felt like for me. So honestly, it's more authentic this way. It should confuse you that Dad's building a swimming pool and he's the craziest, most fun person ever, and then he chases me down the hallway. Like, it should feel shocking to you. It should feel weird and out of nowhere, and it should feel like, but I just trusted you and now I don't. Like, that's how I felt as a kid. So the writing hopefully tells it all. But yeah, ever since the custody decision, my dad completely changed on me. He just resented me very badly because he thought that I chose my mother over him and took it extremely personally, even though he said that he wouldn't, he did. And so this is just a really rough one because, like, I had a whole part of this episode I had to cut. I had to cut a lot of this, because, like, I basically wanted to talk about how messed up the court system is, but I couldn't. It just really wasn't enough time. So what I thought was the most messed up part about this was that the court mandated that my brother and I see my dad. And despite the living conditions at my dad's house, despite how he treated us and how Candy was and everything, my mom still forced us to go. Because she, like, legally had to, for one, but another, she never advocated to just not. Even though I would tell her over and over again, I don't want to go to Dad's house, I'm scared, she would make me go. She'd be like, oh well, it's my kid, free weekend, get out of here. You know, like, she just didn't want us at all. So us going to our dad's house was the only time that she got away from us. And so she wasn't willing to give that up, even if it meant we were in horrific danger. So just for clarification, like, I did try to tell my mom, I did try to tell an adult I trusted about what was going on at my dad's house, and I was ignored. So, people were always asking, where's Child Protective Services, blah blah blah. This is why no one ever got called, because no one ever believes the child. They think you're being dramatic, or they just straight up, it's just not convenient for them to help you. That's what I was taught, and that's what was shown here. So there's this brief moment of my mom pushing me in front of my dad, who is just not right. Because she just didn't care. And I remember I was doing my homework in the kitchen, and my dad was like pissed off about something. Like, he came in from outside, was like slamming the door, and he threw down a beer bottle and it like shattered, and he was all mad. And I was like, oh my god. So I got up from the table and I'm backing up into the hallway. And like, this is the part where my therapist had to walk me through this. Because like with CPTSD, it's just like my body just moved itself. And I remember that. That's why Clockwork's in the background here. I have her there because my body moved itself and I just started walking towards my room. Because I felt like something was wrong and something bad was gonna happen. My intuition kind of kicked in. That was like my survival skills kicking in because my dad absolutely like lost it. And he started chasing me down the hallway. And if it feels ironic, the shot, it should, of all these happy memories with me and my dad, my grandparents and stuff in the background, our entire hallway stretched was just full of pictures. So as I was like running for my life, I was running past my life. It was just, yeah, it's just as awful as you think it is. But I managed to get into my room and shut the door and lock it. My brother was already in there, and as soon as I was freaking out, he was freaking out. Like, every single time something bad happened, it was like he would look at me and be like, how's Hawley reacting? And then see that I'm freaking out and be like, oh god, I need to freak out. Like, because he was a little kid. So as soon as I was freaking out, he was freaking out. And we were in the room with the dogs, and I remember the dogs being like going crazy too, because we were all high energy. My dad was screaming through the door. He was having a full-blown tantrum. He stomped up and down in that mobile home so hard it shook the walls. The door, he kicked a hole in the bottom of my door and was just completely losing it. And he was putting all of his blame on everyone else. He was saying my mom was evil. He was saying like his parents sucked and his sister sucked. And, you know, it was just, oh, my music. Okay, there we go. Music decided to have a moment there. But he just decided to blame everyone else for his problems in like a fit of like alcoholic rage. And it was kind of the big eye-opener for me was that I completely forgot this memory until I was writing this out with my therapist, and she was like, why do you think you ran to your room? Why didn't you run outside? And I was like, she's got a point. Why didn't I run outside? Outside was way safer if you think about it. I could have ran down the street. He could have never caught me. Why didn't I run down the street? And I was like scraping the corners of my mind being like, why did I go to my room? Aside from maybe my brother was there and I was scared for him. Like, that's the only thing I could think of was my brother was there. But also, I had the key to the door in my bed. Because previously, I had stashed, our doors were like these little locks that were like, they had like, it was like a circle and then it had a hole in it. And you could put a pin through it and open the door that way. So I had the pin lock. And my dad used to keep it on top of his door frame. And so I got up on the stool, got the key, and like hid it in my bed and slept with it. And this was before anything had happened. So like, this was just my instincts of like, you need to be able to lock that door and make sure that he can't get in. So I, for some reason, knew that this was gonna happen. And so the reason why I think I ran to my room was because I knew I had the key and he couldn't get in. And my brother was in there. And I had to protect him and myself. And so I have this moment of Blackbird being like, my intuition, you're right. Because before I had an episode about intuition and Blackbird was like, I'm wrong. I feel ashamed. I feel stupid. Like, for just like freaking out for no reason. But now she can see that the reason is super valid. And that stuff kept me alive. And I remember trying to literally put the pieces of my door back together. And I couldn't. And like my dad just, at that point, this is the changing point. I don't know if you've noticed this, but there's a small detail of I never called him daddy ever again. He's just dad now. he's dad. And it's one of those things where, like, once somebody changes, like, that switch flips. My dad was never physical with me. He never laid a hand on me. But domestic violence and abuse does not have to be physical. And I just want that to be clear. Not this was physical enough to scare me to the point that a relationship changed forever. And if he was willing to chase me, that's just the beginning. So that's just... Dude, Lavender, you're so right. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, trauma brain goes small spaces. I would hide under my bed a lot as a kid. You'll see that a shitload in Persona Project. I'm always hiding under my bed. That was my safe spot. Like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay. The next episode, I don't want to talk about a whole lot, just because it's really, 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 really traumatic for me, and I do not want to, like, lose my train of thought, because I will start to dissociate with this one. I'm not even gonna show anything in it, actually. I'm just gonna talk about it very briefly, and that's it. This is the most extreme, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Point blank. This is one of the worst memories I have. This was so bad, this is one of the only memories my brother has. This was so bad that when I eventually did call Jill/Goldie again 2 years ago, I got to call her. I got back in contact with her. One of the first things she said to me was, "Do you remember when Candy pulled a knife on your dad?" And I was just like, the way this has affected all of us, like, it says so much. So, yes, the domestic violence was very extreme in my home, but this was kind of the worst one, because this is the one where I almost witnessed someone die. You'll actually, if you, like, look through my old YouTube videos, you can find several vent videos where I drew out this memory. I'm not even joking. Like, this has haunted me my entire life. Even through Hawley's era, I tried to process it through, like, I drew, like, it through cats. Like, I drew, like, this exact memory over and over and over again, because it was just so traumatic for me. So, yeah, there was a knife pulled on my dad, in a very bad alcoholic fit of rage between two people, and, it was the first time I ever called 911 on my family. And it was also the last time I called 911 on my family. Because I was threatened soon after. As soon as I made that call, I just also have to clarify, people were freaking the hell out in the comments being like, but the operator heard all of that. No, they didn't. What happened was, the knife got pulled. My friend was urging me to call 911. I didn't want to, but I did it anyway. And I had the phone, it was ringing, and then we all heard, on speaker, it went, 911, what's your emergency? And the entire room went dead silent. And as soon as the attention was on me, Candy looked at me with that knife, and I swear to God, I have never hit hang up so fast in my life. Because I was scared she was gonna come for me. So I hung up as soon as that happened, because I was so scared that they were gonna come after me. And they did. Anyways, but, like, my instinct was like, oh God, I'm the target now. I made myself the target. That is not what you do in a situation where murder's on the table. You do not become the target. And that's what I was trying to tell Jill. I was like, no, we're not caught. We can't. If we direct the attention to us, she will come for us. And I didn't know how to explain that to her, because she wasn't severely traumatized like me and did not have those survival skills. And God forbid a child should have that. You shouldn't have to have that. But I did. And so, yeah, the operator didn't hear anything. The operator heard nothing. It was like I called and then hung up. And so when the police came, they were like, what happened? And my dad was like, oh, she just got a cell phone. Blah, blah. Everything's fine. It was not fine. No one got hurt, but I did get threatened with the knife that if I ever did call the police again, I would be taken away forever. So, it was like the most scary thing I think I've ever had to endure. And it's just wild that we just had a whole... That happened, and then we just... Like, life continued after that. It feels like the end. It really does feel like the end. Like, it's just like... I can't imagine moving past that point. It's just that traumatic for me. It's so bizarre that, like, we just went to bed that night. We had, like, dinner. Like, what the hell? Like, domestic violence is so just mind-boggling in that way, where it's just like, yeah, and then me and my friend had a sleepover, and a lot of people asked if, like, she ever told her parents. No, she didn't. She didn't want to never come over ever again. Like, we didn't want to have to be separated because of it. So she didn't tell her family about what happened. But I didn't let her come over for a really long time after that because I was just scared that something would happen again. So I would often go to her house from that point on. You'll only see in year 12 when I finally start feeling like I'm allowed to let people back over again after Candy's gone. Well, not after Candy's gone, but after things kind of calm down for a little bit on the Candy front. She's not gone. But it's definitely like it calms down a little bit in year 12. So hopefully that explains a lot of the confusion people had. Yes, I hung up. The operator didn't hear anything. My friend was still able to come over. I just didn't let her because I was scared. She never told her family, but she remembers it to this day. She does. It haunts all of us. So that was that. And that was one of the only episodes where I didn't commentate. It was just point blank Blackbird telling her story. I set up the premise by being like, this is what happened, but I didn't have anything else to add with this episode. I just needed to tell it how it was because it was just so much. And from this point on, this is kind of the worst, and then it kind of, we go back up, okay? We're going on an upward little climb here with the episodes. So this is Stacker. This is a very lighthearted episode. We're going back to, you can kind of see that Mom's house was kind of the safer place to be, because Jim was there, and Dad's house was obviously not so great. Yeah, it's very horrifying stuff, so... Deep breaths, drink some water. I survived. I'm okay. I did what I could to protect myself in that moment, and that was the best I could have done. It happened. It's sad, but I'm okay. And that was the worst of it. So, we stayed in this awesome little, like, rock and roll hotel. It was like this Orlando hotel, like, you know, Florida themed thing, next to all the cool theme parks. And it was so cool. They had like rock and roll elevator music and like underwater speakers so you could listen to it underwater, and like air guitars, which the air guitars were actually inflatable guitars, like floaties. And we had like an air guitar contest, and like I drank orange soda the entire time I was there. I remember this. That's why I drew Blackbird with it. And we played in the pool like the entire time. And it was just so fun. And like, I will say, Jim and my dad had a pretty good relationship. Jim and my dad would call and talk often. They were huge sports nerds. They liked sports, and they would often catch up on sports together. Oh, did you see the game? Da, da, da. You know, Jim and my dad were pretty close. I'm not gonna lie to you. And Jim was kind of aware of what was going on in my dad's house, especially because he was a part of the conversations with my mom where I was like, I don't want to go. And so while he never really found out what exactly was going on, Jim at least got the side of my dad complaining about Candy. My dad would, like, basically vent to Jim about Candy. So, like, Jim had an idea at least that, like, shit was bad at my dad's house. And so, like, at some point, their relationship got really bad because of the alcohol. And, like, Jim tried to get my dad to go to rehab for, like, ever, and my dad wouldn't, and then Jim was getting really frustrated and just didn't want to talk to him. Oh! Wow, I haven't heard that notification in a while. Thank you so much, whoever just got merch! Holy cow, you got a 12 shirt! Oh, it looks so good! I hope you enjoy it. By the way, huge thanks to everyone who's been buying merch lately. I hope you're enjoying it. The t-shirts are so soft. I hope you're enjoying how lovely and soft they are. There's no tags, which makes my autism so happy. So I hope y'all are enjoying the merch. And I'm still working on some new stuff, so hopefully I'll get some new merch out soon. I'm really excited about it. So thank you. It helps me out very much, and you get something cool in return. I'm really excited. Yeah, basically Jim was, like, kind of aware of what was going on, not to the full extent, but I think that's kind of why he worked extra hard to kind of give us a lot of good. I think Jim was really aware that stuff was really awful, and he kind of understood that and was like, I'm gonna be the good. And so that's why he took us on this big old vacation and stuff. And one night, I think the whole ploy here was that Jim was trying to go on, like, a cute little date with my mom or whatever, and to get us to be occupied, he took us to, like, this little hidden arcade, which, for his sake, I'm glad it was hidden, because if it wasn't, I probably would have never shut the hell up. But he took us there and gave us a ton of coins and was like, hey, go crazy, kids, because he wanted to buy time to be with my mom. Which is really funny in retrospect, but it was the best day ever! We played so much freaking Pac-Man, bro, and Skee-Ball, and, like, we won all the stuffed animals that we wanted from the claw machine, and, this is the point where I got enlightened to one of my new favorite arcade games, which was Stacker, which by the way, I freaking love this animation I did. It looks just like the game. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? I ate that up. No crumbs.
I know it's not much, but I've been a fan of all your series for a while. You are so brave for sharing all this with us. Love your videos.
Oh.
Heart emoji.
Cayman Club, thank you so much. Dude, it doesn't matter how much. It all very appreciated. Thank you for the kind words and the donation, dude. I'm glad that you are enjoying the series, even though sometimes it can be a little hard. And yeah, the bravery is 100% Blackbird. Blackbird is my brave self. Anytime I'm being brave, it's just her shining through for sure. Because she's the one that went through it all. And still smiled. So. Alright. So, yeah, Stacker. I really was really good at this one. And I really wanted to get the jackpot prize, which was these, like, headphones or whatever. And so, like, we pulled Jim away from his little date. And, like, we're like, help us win. And so, we didn't win the jackpot, but we had, like, the best day ever. And to me, like, that was the prize. The prize was the fact that, we stole Jim away from my mom, which was the ultimate prize of all. And we had a great time. Just, like, being a family and being normal. Those are the memories that I cherish the most, is just being a normal kid. Being able to be a kid that gets to let loose in the arcade. And be like, come on, Dad! You know. That's the normalcy that I craved, and that's why it's so fun to me. A lot of people were telling me that apparently with Stacker that they sucked at it, or that it's just, like, rigged or something, but I don't know. The machine that I was playing on was, like, I guess, like, maybe because it was at a resort, it was meant to be that you won more, maybe, or something, like it just had a higher payout or something. one of my hyperfixations is arcade machines. Like, I just like how the machines work, and I love how they tick. It's just really, really interesting. Like, I have autism brain so bad about it. So yeah, maybe I just got a machine that had like a really low threshold for like the payout of like, oh, now you're gonna be allowed to win kind of thing. Yeah, so I think that's what was going on there. But I love that stupid goddamn thing. It was so much fun. Moving on to the next episode. This one was like really funny. This one I had like a whole other script written out, but I had to change it. Because I was beating myself up real bad about this one, because if you were to go back in time and ask Hawley era what her biggest regret was, or what the worst thing she's ever done her entire life, she would tell you this. She would say this memory, and she would cry. I promise. This shit used to eat me alive. This was... Sorry, the Parker above me being like, future! The fan art is so good, y'all. Y'all ate down. Oh, it's so good. That's so funny. Oh man, anyway, I forgot what I was even saying. That shit was so funny. God, what was I saying? Oh no. Oh, yeah, my biggest regret. Okay. So, I've since come to realize that my biggest regret is just Hawley's era in its entirety. But we'll get to that later. Right now, currently, in the story of my life, this is the biggest regret, but we haven't gotten to the worst of the dumb shit I did in college. Oh my god, help. So anyways, for now, this is the story. Okay, so we were at the resort. This is still taking place at the Rock and Roll Hotel, and we were getting ready to go to the theme park, because every day we would go to Universal. That was like our favorite. We had gone there like our entire lives. We were never Disney people. We were never like any other theme parks. We was always Universal, because they had like all of our fixations there. They had superheroes, they had dinosaurs, they had like Dr. Seuss, like, you know, everything there that we really liked. So we were all like, yay, we're going. So I'm putting on my sunscreen, my brother's getting ready, and then Jim drops the bombshell of like, hey, actually, we're not going to Universal. We are actually gonna go to Disney World, because I want to surprise you guys by going somewhere we've never been before. Which I feel really bad, because he obviously was trying really hard to be like, this is an amazing, like, once-in-a-lifetime thing, and like, we were just like, no. We were not Disney kids. And the reason why, is because Disney at the time was very heavily, like, pushed for girls, and, I don't know if you've ever looked at me. I'm not a girl. And I never was. So, my brother's trans mask too, so, there's that. So there's just... Both of us were just so, like, against girly stuff most of our lives, to the point of, like, we associated Disney with femininity, and so we would avoid Disney because we were like, oh, we don't want to be, like, seen as girls. Or girly girls. And it's like, yeah. So, we didn't like Disney, and so being told, oh, we're going to Disney World, we were just not having it. And, like, we were there, we showed up, we got our little pictures at the front, and we basically, like, only rode, like, one ride and left. But, like, I legit went most of my life hating myself for this. Dude, before I started Persona Project, when I first was just writing it like a book, I hated Blackbird. Oh my god, I was like, she's the problem. I thought she was the worst. I thought she was the worst ever. I was like, Blackbird is just... She's just the problem. She's the worst part of me. And I used to just hate her. And ever since I've realized more and more, like, no, she's just a victim of a really terrible circumstance. Thank you.
Hi, Holly.
Hi.
My cousin lives with me right now, and I really see her in Blackbird.
Oh.
I was wondering what kind of support would have helped Blackbird the most. I want to help my cousin as much as I can.
Ah! I'm gonna cry. I've never had the chance to think about what I could have done to help her. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Moth on a Salt Lamp. Okay, let me put some genuine, really good thought into this. So Blackbird, the reason why she's so, like, I'm right about everything, and I'm super awesome sauce, and I'm just the coolest. Like, it was a huge coping mechanism. It's a mask for how incompetent I felt on the inside, for how insecure I was on the inside. And I think what would help is helping her explore who she really is. Because when you're in middle school and when you're surrounded by, like, when you have a lot of deep trauma and stuff, you don't have a sense of identity. So you seek validation in others. You look for other people to find out who you should be and what's acceptable and what's going to get you the most amount of attention and love. You are going to be, that is what they're probably seeking, is attention, love, and acceptance. And if you can show them that being themselves will yield the same results without them having to mask, without them having to pretend, without them having to be so far from who they really are, like, if you could show them that they're still going to be loved and accepted and cherished just as they are, I think that's what Blackbird really needed all along. Genuinely. My life would have been so different had I not had to put on this whole facade that I was the hero and I was so strong, and, like, why did I have to be strong? Why did I have to be the hero? Why couldn't I just been myself? Why wasn't I allowed? Just let them be a kid. Please. Please. Especially in today's day and age. Kids just don't want to be kids. They want to grow up so fast. Let them be a kid. Just, please. Like, I'm begging. As someone who had their childhood robbed from them, let them be a kid. Let them be themselves. Encourage them to be themselves, please. Oh. No, but the Evie, you've been a member for a month, let's go! And now you have a little wild child next to your name, that's cute. And yeah, I feel like Blackbird you can relate a lot to Blackbird. A lot of middle schoolers, can, or people who were like this in middle school can relate. But yeah, I used to really hate this part of myself because I just thought I was a selfish brat. I thought I was just like an out of control, selfish, self-entitled little brat. I just thought I was just so rotten. Because I left Disney World, because that's what my trickster wants me to believe. My trickster wants me to hate myself. My trickster wants me to have conflict within my own self and not forgive myself and hate myself forever. Because we rode one ride and left and disappointed Jim, and I love Blackbird. I love her so much. She is literally just a perfect victim of her circumstance. Like, she 100% did not deserve anything that happened to her. She was simply reacting and honestly performing quite normally for an 11-year-old. She was just an 11-year-old. An autistic 11-year-old, mind you. A lot of people in the comments were saying this. They were like, hey, you know, you were autistic and blah, blah, blah. Plans changed and that upset you. And I'm like, yes, I agree. I think I was just having a bit of an autistic moment where I was like, oh, but we were gonna do this and now we're doing this, and all of a sudden I don't know this place. It's different. It's not the same, and I don't like it. And I wanted to go back to my familiarity, like the theme park I'd always gone to, because that's also another trauma response, is going to what you know and clinging on to it for dear life. And so I think it was just an anxiety thing for me that I was like acting so brash and being like, I want to leave, I hate it here. And instead of being like, oh, frick Blackbird for that, I'm just gonna be like, dude, I was just being a kid. You can't tell me that there's not other children who have, like, thrown stupid tantrums at a theme park and demanded to go home. Like, That's like half the theme park experience with children, I feel. Half the children are like crying. I swear to God. Like, I'm not alone in this. And so I decided to look at her and say, no, you're being a freaking preteen normal girl who is autistic and a victim of a lot of trauma, acting completely the way that you would expect her to. And I'm not gonna hate her for it. And so, this is genuinely my mantra. You can apply this to anything. You need to learn to take your guilt and replace it with gratitude. It will change your life if you look at the things that you feel guilty about and replace them with gratitude. Instead of being like, oh, I ate too much at Thanksgiving dinner, I'm so guilty. Be grateful that you could have the luxury of eating too much on Thanksgiving. Think about it like that. It changes your brain to look for things and see the positivity in it. Because I look at this memory and I'm like, I'm so grateful that the adults listened to my needs. That I went, I don't want to be here anymore. And they said, okay, we'll go. And they left. They listened to me. That's beautiful. I'm grateful. Imagine if I had to go through that entire day. I probably would have like had a full-blown meltdown by the end. It would have been so much worse. But no, they listened to me. I was grateful that Jim tried something new. He did try to push me out of my bubble, but I just was not in a good spot for that. He didn't know that, but I'm grateful he tried. I'm grateful I had him so much that the gratitude outweighs the guilt by so much that I look at this memory and I go, I'm grateful for him. I'm not guilty. I'm grateful. And I say that like on a regular daily basis. Because genuinely, what is the point of beating myself up forever? I legit, like, it is just fueling my trickster. My trickster wants me to be miserable. My trickster wants me to stay anxious and depressed. My trickster wants me to hate myself. It wants to stay in this uncomfortable, horrible cycle I've been in my whole life because it's all it's ever known. So the trickster is just so mad when I'm like, no, I see you, Blackbird. I forgive you. You're just being a kid. You're absolutely valid. And then we get this little hilarious little pouty little guy. He's this big. Little trickster. Because there's nothing he can do about it. I'm healing. So, that is just like, oh, dude, Rosaline, I'm glad. No, I want people to see this and think like, yeah, I saw a really ugly part of myself and decided to love it anyways. And that's gonna piss off your trickster so bad. That's gonna make him this big. So, yeah, he's just a little guy because, he only gets shrunken down that big when I heal the most. And when I'm loving myself the most. I genuinely am shocked that I made it this far. And I made it to a point where I'm holding Blackbird, I'm hugging her. Like, I don't know if you remember, but in year 9, she would not let me touch her. Now it's like, I can hug her and hold her close. Like, we are physically closer now. And now I see her in a whole other light where I'm like, I was so wrong to blame you for everything. I was so wrong to hate you. No one should have ever hated you. You were just a kid. So, that's this episode. And I think this one was just phenomenal. And I had a really healing time with this one. And now we're gonna move on to the most embarrassing one. Let's go. Okay, everyone get it out of your system right now. We're gonna talk about warrior cats. I'm gonna take a sip of water. You guys get it out of your system. Freak out all you want about warrior cats. Alright, we're talking about Warriors, the book series. Go off. Okay. So yeah. One of my biggest fixations of middle school was warrior cats. I think a lot of people can relate to this. For some people it was elementary school. Some people it was high school. But This was a middle school obsession for me. Loved my warrior cats. I would often run around and pretend to be a cat. This has been present since Wild Child's era. Now I just had a really cool, like, kind of fandom and escapism to tack on to the I'm a cat thing. So, here we go. Yep, Blackbird pretends to be a cat. And yes, this drawing is a real drawing. This is a real drawing I did. Let me see if I can pull up the full one for you guys, actually. I'll have to see if I have my computer. I'm moving my computer stuff still. I have so many files. But no, I do have it. Cool. Here's the full image if you want to see. This is Phoenix Wing. Full disclaimer, I actually drew this like at the very end of Blackbird's era. This was like almost Parker's era when I drew this. But it was actually the only picture I had left of her, so I had to use it here. People were like, damn, that's a good drawing for an 11-year-old. I'm like, technically I was like 13, 14 when I made this. But that was the only picture I had of her. So this is Phoenix Wing. This is my Warriors OC. This is my Mary Sue self-insert Warriors OC. I made her to replace Firestar. I just want to like zoom in on it because like it's just so peak 2010s art style. Like it's got the emo like art style. And it's just so freaking cute. Like, look at all these stupid little teeth. This face tells it all. It's just so anime and so cute. The little, like, tongue out. Oh my god, it's so cute. I drew her with a butterfly, too. I told you, butterflies are everywhere in my Persona project. But, like, yeah, that was my Phoenix Wing. That's my girly pop. Love her. With the emo hair and everything. So that was Blackbird's OC. It was her original character. Don't steal. So, yeah, I have this hilarious thing of like pushing Fireheart out of the way. And people are like mad. They're like, why do you hate Fireheart? And I'm like, name one trait he has. Go ahead. Try. He's boring. Chat. He's boring. He's like a boring ass main. He's just a main character. He doesn't have any personality. He was like, girls are pretty. He's just so straight man coded. I'm sorry. I'm queer. I don't really enjoy that. Sorry. I can't get behind it. Like, it's just not an interesting main character to me. Everybody else around him was fascinating. Infinitely more. Why do you think Gray Stripe was so popular? Why do you think Ravenpaw was so popular? They had personalities! They had personalities! Like, I'm sorry. Like, everyone else was infinitely more interesting because Firepaw existed to be the eyeballs of the audience so we could see what was going on, but they completely forgot to give their fucking binoculars a personality! So, yeah, just... Sorry. I don't like him. I never have, and I'm gonna stand by that, and if people want to get mad... That's fine, you can enjoy your Fireheart, whatever. I'm not a fan. He just didn't do much. There's other characters that are far better, just in my opinion. Straight coded is crazy. Well, he is! Okay, just, we're not gonna get into this right now. But like, yeah. I wrote a letter to Aaron Hunter, because, like, I was under the impression that Aaron Hunter was one person, because I was, like, an impressionable child, okay? I didn't understand what screen names were. I didn't understand that people were, like a collective of authors writing a book. I thought it was just one person, and I was like, I love her, she's my idol, I'm gonna send her a letter. So then I, like, wrote a letter, and I drew my OC, and my brother drew his OC, and we mailed it to her, and I was basically like, hey, Firepaw sucks, as a main character, and you should replace Firepaw with my character, because she has firepower she got from Star Clan, because fire alone will save this clan, and she is the fire, and blah, 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 and, like, I was just so, like, demanding. And it's so embarrassing.
Phoenix Wing marshmallow money.
Yay!
Clean up the marshmallows with your fire powers just like Parker.
Yes!
It's a part of the stream where I can finally make silly donos.
Thank you for waiting for that, Mal. I appreciate that. Dude, if I was talking about everything I was talking about and you were like, here's marshmallows, I would have been like, thank you. But thank you for waiting. I appreciate that. It is silly goofy time. Okay, Oshawott, you do have a point. Fireheart was a little egotistical. He very much, he just had main character syndrome. He was just the main character, that was it. Like, I don't know. He just didn't have a personality outside of that. By the way, thank you all so much for sharing in the comments of this short about your OCs. I was freaking dying, bro. They were so funny. It was so solidarity. It was just so good to hear that everybody else had like cringe ass characters. It made me very happy. So thank you. I felt less alone in my cringe. But yeah, like got this adorable frame of Blackbird hugging little Phoenix Wing and like her beating me up over it and Phoenix Wing crying in the background. So yeah, I used to cover up my Warriors books with construction paper because I didn't want people finding out that I was reading Warriors because I was gonna get bullied. Because at the time, like, in the school, like, basically, like, everything that's, like, super cool and popular now is, like, so lame when I was a kid. So I'm, like, really goddamn mad about that. Because, like, anime and, like, Warriors and, like, Pokemon, everything that I liked was, like, cringe and ugly and stupid. And, like, nowadays that shit is normal and everybody likes it. And it's just, like, nobody gets bullied. And I'm, like, okay. Glad we're over it, I guess, but also I'm kind of sad for Blackbird. So I'm like, yay, nobody else has to get bullied, but also poor Blackbird. So I used to hide my books because I didn't want people making fun of me. Oh, Moth is so lit, of course, dude.
Thanks for such a detailed response. I really appreciate it. Much love from KY. P.S. I got a lunch duty in 4th grade for reading Warriors and Math Lamau.
Oh my god, no way! Detention over that? That is so sad. Justice for freaking Moth on a salt lamp. That's ridiculous. In math, god. Aw, you poor thing. God. But yeah, I had to cover my books because I was gonna get made fun of. And yes, sometimes I still did wear my Halloween costume. I had this black hat Halloween costume that was like ears and a tail. I would wear it all the time, but not to school or anything. I'd wear it at home when I was alone, like role-playing Warriors by myself. I would like dress up like a cat and stuff. Like all my fixations were really private. Like everything I really liked was kept to myself. That's also a huge trait of like just autism, AVPD. When you get overly humiliated and like basically crucified for like having an interest in anything, you are always ostracized and called weird or like just shunned. Like it's a very common experience for neurodivergent people and traumatized people alike. So I was just very private about the things that I enjoyed because I didn't want people to take it away from me or make fun of me for it or put any kind of bad energy into what I was enjoying. So everything was just very much to myself. I would draw characters, which by the way, these are also a few drawings I did. This one was one I actually never finished, which is really funny. That red line was on there actually. I think I like got mad and I just like really angrily with the pencil and then threw it down and never finished it. And then I had this ugly, evil cat I drew on, like, a notebook paper. So I always had, like, these little, like, Warriors characters, often. And I would run around the living room pretending to be a cat. Some people caught this detail, like, I used to carry around composition books where I'd write fan fictions in. And one of my favorite fanfictions was one that I wrote about Swiftpaw, because Swiftpaw was a great character and I was pissed off how it ended, so I changed the ending. I was like, Cloudtail sucks! I'm gonna replace Cloudtail with Swiftpaw! Even though Cloudtail was an awesome character, like, I just was so mad. I essentially, like, changed Cloudtail's story to be Swiftpaw. It's just a whole thing. So, this was my fanfiction I used to write, was just, like, sometimes I would draw it. Like, I'd legit, like, draw out the scenes and, like, make it almost like a comic in a way. Weird, loose comic, but sometimes mostly was just written out. But I would just keep all my warrior stuff, and I don't have this book anymore for full clarification. I wish I did. I would love to go through and read it and be like, what the hell did I say? I don't have it. But this was also something I was, like, really scared to talk about. Because this is a coping mechanism I've used, like, forever, and I still use to this day, and I was like, oh god, I'm so embarrassed. But when I try to go to sleep at night, I can't just, like, sleep. I'm, like, genuinely too traumatized. So I have to think about something else. I have to pretend I'm somewhere else. I have to, like, close my eyes, turn on, like, a noise, like rain. I'll be like, okay, it's raining, and I'm in a treehouse. And I'm gonna curl up in my little treehouse, and I'm gonna fall asleep. So I have to, like, literally almost roleplay myself to sleep every night, and I have been doing this since I was, like, 10. Literally, like, my entire life. And I thought this was, like, really strange and weird. I used to think I was, like, the biggest weirdo ever, and everybody was gonna hate me if I ever talked about it. But obviously I'm not, because a lot of people related. I used to pretend to be my warrior cat sleeping in the den. And it's something I still do to this day, is, like, literally RP to sleep. It's a big comfort for me. And so Blackbird just kind of talks about, like, how she had to keep it to herself. And some common themes you'll find is that even though everything I was interested in was, like, age appropriate, right? Like, Warrior Cats was meant for middle schoolers, for real. Like, it was just, like, I was, like, a 10-year-old. It was meant for, like, children. And yet, I was acting like it was, like, too childish. Like, I was just so parentified, and I was so out of the own scope of my own age group that anytime I did engage in, like, toys or make-believe fanfiction, anytime I engaged in something that was, like, normal for a kid, I always felt, like, ashamed. Like, I shouldn't be doing that. Because I have, like, those kind of issues from, like, my complex PTSD of just, like, my childhood was robbed from me, so I wasn't really sure when I was supposed to be a kid and when I wasn't, when I was supposed to be an adult and when I was supposed to be a kid, always overlapped. And so, even as a kid, I was like, this is for kids, I shouldn't like this. You know, like, I just felt ashamed for liking anything. Which also just comes at the cost of being a young little girl. Unfortunately, little girls can't like anything. Little girls are not allowed to just enjoy a damn thing without being made fun of or ashamed. So, yeah. It's just one of those things where I look back and I'm just like, I'm just sad with all the shame I had to carry. Because it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, this was the peak of, like, my autistic joy. And, like, yeah, I do have a poster of Fireheart versus Tiger Star. Like, I drew that. And, like, I got my favorite clan, which is ThunderClan, if anybody wants to know. ThunderClan was my favorite.
Since it's silly dono's time, do you want to hear SMTH Bizarre?
Yeah!
Yesterday notice I started laughing like you. What is going on with T?
I mean, Gato, it happened, like, you pick up, like, phrases from, like, friends and, like, people you're around a lot. So if you watch my stuff a lot, obviously you're gonna pick up on my mannerisms. It's just natural. Like, it makes sense. Like, I think it's sweet. It's cute. I like that. Like, dude, I love when I have traits of my friends or, like, people that I even idolize where I'm like, I do the thing that this YouTuber does. Oh my god. Like, it makes me so happy. Oh my god. I have, like, a thing that makes sparklies and rainbows go throughout my room. The sun is hitting it right now, so if you see, like, the random sparkles, it's on my face! Ah! It's just because it's, like, perfectly sunny out. It's beautiful. But yeah, Gato, thank you for the dono, too, dude. That's awesome. Very silly indeed. So, yeah, I had to hide a lot of my joy. And it makes me kind of upset. Because it's like, I deserve to be happy. I was living in all of this really extreme stuff, but there's also this wild disconnect of like, I was also just like a kid, living like a normal life for the most part. Like, mom made dinner at night, Jim worked his job, I read Warrior Cats, and I had boring days at school where I like, every day dragged on. I hated math class. Sometimes we'd have family pizza parties and I played my DS at the table and mom would be like, put that thing away, it's rude, blah blah blah, you don't get to have games at the table, and like, you know, like, life was just normal. And like, sometimes it was even good, where I'd stay up all night reading the second book of Warriors because I was so addicted. Like, there is that disconnect of trauma that a lot of people don't remember the good stuff. They'll only remember the bad. Or vice versa. They'll only remember the good stuff and not even remember the bad stuff that happened to them. The trauma response is usually that you forget one or the two. And for me, I forget a lot of the good. And so when I do remember the good, it feels bizarre because I'm like, how was I drawing OCs and writing fan fictions when I almost got murdered? At the same time. Like, those things happened at the same time. And so, like, it's just a very bizarre thing to me that I still have a hard time, like, understanding a lot, is just the fact that, like, I lived. Like, we went to bed. Every night. I went to school. I hated the bus rides. I talked to my friends. Like, I just lived, and that is just a weird, hard concept for me a lot of the times. So that's mostly what this episode is kind of about. It was just kind of being like, good things happened even though bad things happened. And I have that very much black and white thinking from my trauma. Like, it's either good or bad, there's no gray. And this is the gray that I'm learning to live with and cope with, because it's just, things were more gray than I initially thought. I always thought it was black. I was just like, everything sucks. But not everything sucked. And that's a weird thing to deal with. And so I did include this kind of like, I guess, portrait of what my life genuinely would have looked like if it was normal, I guess. Like, if my family hadn't been so mentally ill and addicted, and had I not been so mentally ill, had everything been normal, had a family murder not been hinged on my birth, had everything just gone slightly better, this is like what I thought. I'm like, you know, I would have just been allowed to like Warriors. I wouldn't feel ashamed for having glasses. I wouldn't have to hide the fact that I have glasses. That's why Blackbird wears a mask too, is because I hated my glasses. People are always like, why don't you draw the glasses? I'm like, you want me to put glasses over a mask? Hello? No? Also, the whole point is that I didn't like them, so I didn't draw them on them. And yeah, my little brother would have his golden puppy still, because it wouldn't be my fault that it was lost. My dog probably wouldn't have been point blank evil. We probably would have gotten a family dog that was like actually meant to be a family dog. My parents, I don't know, they could have stayed together. It's one of those things where it's just like, I have to think about what could have been, because that's also part of the CPTSD. It's the complexity of the post-traumatic stress disorder is trying to think about what it should have been or what it could have been, and turning that into a more healthy thought instead of an unhealthy kind of like depressing thought. It's kind of like accepting that this is not what it is. This is not reality. And yeah, it's just, I thought that was an interesting frame. I thought that this was something that a lot of people commented on. They were just like, whoa, wait, that looks like actually how you look. And I'm like, yeah, that's just kind of the, like, I think that's kind of the shocking part of like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm real. Shocking. I know. Okay, the next one we're gonna talk about has a lot of bullying and body shaming in it too. And before I talk about this one's Woody's episode. Before I go into this one, I just want to say, it's okay to hold me accountable. Don't put me on a pedestal. Do not put me on a pedestal just because I'm a YouTuber. Don't do it, please. When it comes to the things that I've done that are wrong, they're wrong. And I don't get a, oh, it's okay. I don't get a little bap on the hand and go, no, like, if I've done something wrong, the whole point of why I'm talking about it is because I want to be held accountable. I want to do better, because that's the kind of person I am. Because there are gonna be more moments, especially in Blackbird's era and Hawley's era, where, like, I do some really terrible things, and I do not want the audience being like, oh, but it's okay, you were traumatized. Like, no, we're not gonna push all of the things that I've done wrong and blame it on something else. At some point, we gotta say, I'm still a person and I make mistakes, and that's a good thing. That's something that I'm learning to cope with. Because, again, my mom held me to a wildly weird perfectionist standpoint. I have super bad OCD. It's really important for me to understand that, like, I made mistakes, and, like, that's normal and okay. And, like, they're bad, and they are just bad. They're supposed to be bad. That's why I'm supposed to learn. So, just so you know, I did get a lot of comments of people just trying to kind of be like, oh, but you were X, you were Y. Yes, I was in middle school. Yes, I was just 11 years old. But at the same time, I bullied someone. I was a bully, dude. I don't take that lightly. That's awful. I ruined someone's life. I bullied them every day. They probably think about that to this day. My actions have consequences, and, like, they're very real, and it's okay if you're like, hey, PetPyves did that thing, that was really shitty, dude. I do not appreciate the fact that I used to be a bully. It's okay to say that. It's okay that I'm a nuanced person. You don't have to like everything I do. I don't like everything I do. I'd be really concerned if you liked everything I did. Like, just for full transparency. I just don't want it to feel like I'm on a pedestal and I'm untouchable. Okay? It's okay to not agree with some things that I do or say. Absolutely. This is just the harsh reality of being a real person on the internet. You're gonna get a really nuanced person. Full of mistakes. Yeah. So, I was very avoidant. You'll see Figment throughout this one. Figment and the Trickster having a good old time. My coping mechanism at the time, because I didn't have any friends, because I vowed to not make friends, I didn't want real human connection. That was the avoidant personality. I just really wanted to kind of make myself miserable, I'm not gonna lie. This is a little bit of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is very much me trying to perpetuate a cycle that's really familiar to me, which is a abuse cycle. So I sought my bully from elementary school in middle school. And I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be her friend. I'm gonna be her friend. Because she's gonna be mean to me. And that's normal to me. And I'm gonna perpetuate this cycle. And that was a very unhealthy, horrible coping mechanism. That I just buddied up with the worst person I knew. Because I knew she would treat me bad. And I knew she would be horrible for me. We rode the same bus together. She literally would always dump out my stuff on the floor and ruin all of my drawings. RIP all those anime cats, they're gone forever. There was this one time she genuinely chewed up gummies and stuck them in my hair. And by the way, I still had like the big wild child poofy hair all the way down to like my hips. I remember having to get those gummies out. I had to shave parts of my head to get them out. I had to get my head, like, all underneath shaved because they were all the way back there. It was so bad. Oh my god. Yeah, this person tormented me. Very much so. Which, sidebar, my brother did some investigating and found out that this person is actually trans now. So I feel really bad. I didn't know that when I made this video. I just keep using the wrong pronouns, which I feel really bad about. So just for full clarification, he's he, him now. I had no idea. My brother had to find that out. Yeah. So, Woody's trans. So just so everybody's aware, I'm not gonna use she, her, because that's not correct. I do apologize. Holy cow. But yeah, he basically influenced me to go skip class and do bad things, right? Like, we would often just skip classes we didn't like and hide out in the bathroom, shoot spitballs at the ceiling, just really put a lot of bad behaviors into my life. So, yeah, the little spitballs on the ceiling, little animation, which, you know, was an interesting one to animate, to say the least. But I have Blackbird kind of admitting that she's a bully, and the first thing she does is get in your face and be like, before you come after me, I had a reason. So her immediate response to making a mistake is, no, I didn't, see, I had a reason, like, my trauma response when I make a mistake is just always, no, I didn't! Like, as a kid, it was very much like, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Like, I was so terrified of making a mistake, I would find any way to minimize what I had done. And that was, like, obviously, like, the huge problem. Was that I was just like, this is my immediate reaction as a kid, was that, oh, well, it was me or the other kids, and I was willing to sacrifice other people because I was tired of being the victim. And, like, while that is a very sad and very true narrative, it's still deflection. Like, as a kid, it was just very much like I couldn't cope with the fact that I was going so against my own values as a human being. I valued helping people and being kind and being the hero, genuinely. And I went so against my values because of this person and his influence that I was willing to betray myself. And I couldn't come to terms with that. I blamed anything but myself, because I didn't want to face the hard truth that the reason why I was a bully was because I chose to be. So, some people did comment, they're like, oh, you're just like, you're acting like a victim, but you were bullying people. And I'm like, that's the point, is that I'm trying to show that my younger self did see herself as the victim and never saw herself as the bully. She knew she was bullying people, but she thought she had a valid reason for doing so. And that's what was wrong. That was really, really wrong and terrible. So there's this disconnect where I talk about it where I'm like, I can't even believe it's me. It doesn't even feel like myself. Because I wasn't myself. I was so far from myself. You know who I am now. You can see that. I'm a really good person. That's who I am at my core. But I was so far from that I have a hard time realizing I was ever anything but good. And it's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people. And so I had to come with this realization that, like, I did what I did. And I'm accountable. I feel bad for what I did. And I never did it ever again. And I work hard now to help people. And I do my best to make up for some of the most horrible shit I've ever done. The whole reason why I had my brother go and look up Woody was to see if I could maybe find the person I used to bully. I really wanted to see if I could contact them and be like, hey, what I did when I was like 11 was really shitty, just so you know. And I just want you to know that, like, as a person I've grown. And I'm sorry. If I could ever find them and tell them, I would. I think that's just, like, the best thing I could do. For both of us. But yeah, I remember the day that all of this kind of came to a screeching halt. was I needed a wake-up call for sure, because I was so deep into this like cycle with Woody that I was just like, this is normal. And God, that lightning scared the shit out of me for a second. I was like 12 flashbacks. Anyways. Jeez. It's supposed to be relaxing. Anyways. We were laughing at this girl, and I will never forget how vile I was to this person. I was so mean to her. And it was so obvious now looking back, the reason why I was bullying her about her weight was obviously because I was deeply insecure about my own. It is so true what they say about bullies being insecure. I was an insecure little kid, for sure, about my own body, so I made fun of anybody else because I didn't want to think about mine. And that's awful. I am not proud of that. That was terrible. For any reason at all, I should not have been doing that, period. There's no explanation for this, right? There's no way to say, oh, but you had a reason. No. Bullying is not the reason. Ever. There's no solution. That is not the right thing to do in any circumstance. So, I was bullying this person, calling her fat, which was horrible. I remember calling her a whale. I'm just appalled. This is why I used to not like Blackbird, because she was just so much of, like, the worst I've ever done as a human being. And my neighbor got into my face, and she screamed at me. I would, like, never forget it. She was like, I have to listen to you guys do this to her every day, and I'm sick of it. If you want to bully someone, bully me. And I remember I didn't say anything. I was, like, sitting there shocked, because I was like, wow, she's being who I want to be. She's being the better person. She is who I used to be at my core. This person is showing me just how far I've gone away from myself. And I had to live, this is something I left out of this episode, I had to live with this person, which, by the way, the person I bullied will come back up in year 12. Her name is Sparrow. She is actually pretty important. She will come up. But Sparrow and my neighbor ended up becoming, like, really good friends after this, actually. They sat together every day because the neighbor basically was like, I'm gonna sit between you and the bullies so the bullies can't, like, get to you. Literally became a meat shield for her. And my neighbor and her, we all lived in the same neighborhood. So they would walk home together every day. And they'd, like, laugh. And they'd play on the tire swing in their front yard together. And they got to, you know, be friends. And what I got to do was get off the bus, have to deliberately go to the opposite sidewalk to stay away from them. Because I knew they didn't like me. And I had to watch them be friends every day while I had to walk home alone. That was my punishment. That was deserved. Point blank. Sorry, Blackbird, you want to be a little bully, you don't get to have friends. No. Like, it's one of those things where, like, I have to treat her like my own child, and I'm like, no. There are consequences. The consequence is, you don't get to be friends with everyone. If you want to be mean, you don't get to be friends. You don't get to play on the tire swing. And when we went to high school, nobody was my friend in my neighborhood. Because they remember what I did in middle school. Nobody wanted to be around me. No one. And so, the avoidant personality kind of thrived off of that, because I was like, good, I don't want any friends anyways, which was awful, but the consequences were real. And also, like I said, I already tried to reach out to that person. I have no idea. I have no idea. No clue how to reach them. If they just happen to watch my videos, I don't know if there's any way they could ever figure out who they are. But I don't know. It's just one of those things where I'm like, I probably will never get to say what I need to say to them, but that's also the point, is that, like, there is some damage that I have done that I cannot undo. And that's just something I have to live with and go, yep. And then I didn't have friends. And Like, Blackbird just wanted to be the hero, and she was being the villain. And then that was the last time I ever bullied somebody, was after that neighbor got in my face and screamed at me. And I'm very grateful that that person was brave enough to stand up against the bullies and stop them. Stop me from being what I didn't even want to be. It did not stop Woody at all. And after this, I was like, I have to get away from him. And it took me like the rest of 6th grade to get away from him. But I did. 7th grade, I started out with no one. But at least I was myself. And that was a really painful growth in chapter in my life. But it was so important. And I just want everybody to understand how serious I take it. Like, I am not gonna be like, yeah, I was a little bully. Like, no, dude, it's not funny. It's not cute. It was terrible what I did. And I recognize that. And I am taking this as seriously as humanly possible and saying, yeah, this sucked. And I grew a shitload from that. And I really am glad that that neighbor was the good person in the world. And stopped me in my tracks. Because it probably would have taken me a very long time to understand what I was doing was wrong if someone didn't stop me. Because I surrounded myself with bullies. That's all I knew. Very self-fulfilling prophecy, just a tale of my woes here for you to kind of show you the why, the how, and what I'm doing now. Which is, you know, even as a kid, I was like, I'm never gonna do that again. Because I was already facing the consequences. And that was that whole episode. When are you gonna get the next era? We have year 12 and year 13 with Blackbird. Year 13 is really short though. So it's about a year, like 20 episodes and then like 15. So like 35 more episodes with Blackbird. And then Parker's turn. But yeah, that was Woody's episode. Not much else I really want to say about that one. We only have a couple more left, and the latter of them is really fun and silly. Emphasis on the silly. We'll talk about silly bands next, in just a moment. I'm gonna take a very brief break, just so I could go to the bathroom and refill my water, because I am out of water. I've been talking a lot. Thanks for sticking around. This is a longer stream. All my Persona Project streams end up being really long, because I just want to cover everything in the whole year. Alright, so we're gonna take a small break. I'm gonna be R&B. I'm gonna play a little, I'm gonna run an ad, so if you guys could just bear with that for just a moment. That's just kind of gonna help the channel and gives you something to do in the meantime. So yeah, thank you for allowing me to have a brief break. I will be right back. Alright, back in action. Hopefully y'all's ad wasn't too miserable. Alright, here we go. Hello, hello. We are so back. Dink your oiter if you haven't. I have a whole new water bottle here. It's time to dink. Alright. Alright, so let's knock out the rest of this hilarious end to Persona Project Year 11, because it's just such a very silly, very silly, little few episodes here. There's obviously one more serious one. But before that, oh my gosh, I'm sorry if you hear my cat. He like really wants in my room right now, and he's being really destructive, so he's not let in. Oh my god, Fizzy. If there was 50-minute ads, I would literally stop ads on my channel altogether. That is outrageous. I hate that, bro. Okay, so let's talk about silly bands. First of all, side tangent. I got some silly bands. Not to brag, but I went on the silly bands website and I decided to go and get Blackbird some silly bands. And I wanted to just I got like a pack of like 100 random ones, and I did get a cat. So I do have a cat, and I'm very happy about this. I also got, these are like my favorites I'm wearing today. I got a turtle, which reminds me of my turtle, Scooter. And then I got, this one made me laugh so hard. If you're a Deltarune fan, you'll know this one. It's hard to show you. Like, you're taking too long. It's a pumpkin. But it reminds me of the Deltarune pumpkin. Lastly, one of the coolest things that's ever freaking happened to me was that in this, like, pack of, like, random 100 silly bands, there was gonna be, like, one rare one, like, super rare silly band. You'll never guess what it is. You'll never guess what it is. It's just the craziest, most ironic thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. It's a freaking seahorse! It's a golden seahorse, bro. It's sparkly. It has glitter in it. I died. Like, when I saw this, I was like... The rare one is the seahorse? Are we freaking joking? Like, I'm not even joking, bro. This thing is my prized possession now. Oh my god. It's the rare seahorse. Like, this whole episode was about the seahorse, and I got one. It is so great. And I was part of my soul healed, bro. Because I didn't get to keep a single silly band I had from when I was a kid. They're all gone. So I was like, oh, I freaked out, like, so bad. Oh my god, I was so happy about it. It came back to me, bro. My seahorse, it came back. Blackbird stays winning, bro. Let's go. Oh yeah, so... What's the point of the rarities? They're just rubber bands. Where's your whimsy, bro? Be put in timeout. I don't want none of your downy, Debbie Downer, poopy butt. Get out of my... That's what I have to say. No! Don't be a poop head. Stop. It's rare and fun and glittery and whimsical, and if you can't handle that, get off my channel. That's literally all my art is, bro. Like, I can't. Anyways. Literally, it's like it never even left, bro. Except it's even better than the one that I had. It's so cool. Okay, anyways. So yeah, this episode's about silly bands. And some people caught this in the beginning, that Blackbird is actually wearing Heelys and is healing around. I had Heelys. They were great. But silly bands were my favorite. And they're basically these silicone bracelets like I'm wearing right now, and they just are fun shapes or whatever. They were like a huge hit in like the 2010s. And they came in all kinds of shapes and sizes and colors and stuff, and like there's this huge trading system for these. Fizzy Dizzy, I didn't find these in the store. I actually went to their website. They still have it going. Like, you can get so many different ones there. Like, I went there and, like, got, like, all of these on their actual official website. So, that was cool. They were very sweet. It was very nice. Not sponsored, just I really loved them. But yeah, kids had them going, like, all the way up their arms. People would, like, trade them. There was, like, a whole economy for, like, what was worth what. And, like, my school went crazy. Like, there was these ones that were, like, tie-dyed that were super rare. And then, like, people used to, like, put beads on theirs and, like, customize them. And then, like, some poor kids would, like, try to trade, like, regular rubber bands, like, office supplies as, like, potato bands. And, like, oh my god, I used to just be so obsessed with this as a kid, because I was just like, oh, it's so fun. So I begged Jim, and I was like, we gotta find silly bands! So we went out across my whole town, driving around everywhere, until we finally found them, because they were so popular, they were selling out everywhere. And I got a Sea Creatures pack, and it was so rare. All of them in the pack was so rare that I managed to trade, like, 3 times as many bands for them. Every band I got, I would just trade up and up and up and be like, 3 bands for my sea turtle. And, like, you know, I would just keep trading up and up. And I had this blue seahorse. And I think what made this seahorse so rare is that I don't think they usually made them in blue or something. Like, kind of like how mine is yellow. I think they might have actually primarily been made yellow. I'm not entirely sure about that, though. But I had a blue one, and everybody wanted it real bad. And I was like, no, I'm gonna save this for the best trade. And so this kid in my science class, which, yes, by the way, we did have a bearded dragon in my science class. His name was Fun Guy. Because he was a fun guy. So this kid in my 6th grade science class really wanted my blue seahorse. And I was like, no. And he kept trying to, like, trade me. And I was like, no, your offers are poop. And I want your stupid, stinky, ugly, silly bands. Until he brought me a bunch of cat silly bands. Like, a bunch of them. There was, like, little paw prints. There was, like, a sitting cat. Uh-oh.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Streamlabs might not be working.
It's working, Tyler! It came through. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, if Streamlabs isn't working, I'll have to look into that. I think we've all been complaining about that for a couple days now, or a couple streams now. Yeah, that's really annoying. I'm going to figure that out. Oh, goodness. Leaf the Squirrel, they kind of did have an insane trade system like Animal Jam. Dude, Berry Blue Art, I actually got a SpongeBob pack for Blackbird. It's in her stocking right now. She has a SpongeBob in her stocking, like a SpongeBob Silly Bands pack. I also got her a Sea Creatures pack, just because, but I didn't know I was gonna get a really rare one and a random one, so yeah. The voice is alive. Yeah, you're right, it hasn't been reading them out, has it? I'll have to fix that. I mean, maybe because I moved to the new computer. Oh god, Jesus, the little rainbow thing is blinding my eyes. You can see it. Oh god, help, 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 I'm being blind, help. Okay, more than I already am. Oh, it's right on my forehead. God, that's really inconvenient. Ugh. Ugh. I'm being attacked by my decor. Help. Okay, anyways. Yeah, but I got all these really cool cat silly bands. And, I ended up trading it for them because I was like, done! I love cats. So, all the other kids in the class were like, oh, she traded the rare silly band. And all of the stupid middle schoolers around me decided to spread this rumor that I liked this man's, that I was in love with this man's, because there's no other reason why I would trade him such a valuable silly band, other than I liked him. And so Blackbird's freaking out, like, help me. Cause, like, I didn't like him, bro. He was like a football jock kid. Like, I was an artist. It was like the complete opposite, like, spectrum here. So, the voice is eepy. Oh, maybe it's eepy. I've been working it too hard. Oh, God. But yeah, so the next episode is a direct follow-up to this one. Because it's called Crush, and it's all about this stupid forced crush that everyone made me have on Redbird. That poor bastard. Oh my god. I wonder if he thinks about me sometimes and is like, I hope they're okay. Yeah, I know this is like a very common experience. The whole comment section was basically on fire, being like, yeah, this has happened to me, or I had something similar, and I'm like, yeah, this is just a middle school experience. So, yeah, Woody was one of the biggest bullies when it came to pushing this stupid narrative of me liking this stupid boy. And I called it a lesbian canon event. I misspoke. This is just a queer canon event. It's just being forced into a heteronormative situation. So yeah, it could be an aro ace, it could be just an ace, it could be a lesbian, it could be a bi, it could be any queer experience. I'm a lesbian, so I just said a lesbian canon event. But it could be anyone. Just for full clarification, this happens to a lot of queer people, if not everyone. Yeah. So yeah, there's all these fun little details like BB Heart's RV. People would draw these stupid posters and like literally put them around like on notebook paper of just being freaking obsessed with us. It was so weird. Like everyone was just like, hey, you guys were so in love. It's like shipping real people in real life. It was just so bizarre. Like middle school was so bizarre. And people were just so annoying. Like they literally made these like really crappy like cartoons of us kissing and stuff. Like I don't know if anybody had that, but like literally they like would put it up to the bus windows, and this frame sent me, bro. I made this bald freaking like guy driving this car, like this old man watching these kids like put this like poster up, and he's like, what the fuck? Like I thought that was the funniest shit ever, and nobody commented about that. I was like, damn, I thought that was really funny. Like I don't know, like middle school was just like when you would like put things up to the window or like make fun of like the adults driving by. You never like think about it from the adult's perspective of like looking up at a red light and being like, BBXRB. What the hell? You know, like, like I can only think about this man's just trying to go to his job. He's just trying to live his life, and these middle schoolers are like, propaganda, ship them now. And I'm like, I just think that's funny, and nobody thought that was funny, and I'm just like, guys, my humor, I know it's really niche and strange because I'm autistic, but please, it's funny, I promise. But yeah, then I had this whole moment as a kid where I was like, I don't like him, and then I was like, wait, do I? What if I do like him? Oh no, what if I do like him? And then I developed a super fake crush on this poor bastard. In the background is a book that's like, How to Crush. It wasn't actually like, I didn't actually get a book on it, but I did get like books that were about crushes. Like, it was like, I don't even remember. It was like these series of books that were like diaries, where it was like, Dear Diary, I really like this boy. And I was just trying to like be like the main character of that book, and I don't remember, it might have been like something diaries. I know it wasn't like, I don't know, I have no idea what it could have been. It was some book series that I got in the library trying to pretend to be a normal teenage girl, because this is the most autistic thing I've ever done. And then on top of it is one of the cat silly bands, so I was like, clearly he likes me because he got me a cat thing and he knows me. So I was like, I have to like him back. Dork Diaries, I think that's what it was called. Maybe that's what it was called. I think that's what I was reading. You guys, thank you for figuring it out. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But I was like trying to be like the main character. Like I really was trying to like just point blank be them, because that was just the only role model I had. And yes, I had a Zune, and like people were just like, oh, you poor thing. And I was like, dude, I was broke. I didn't have an iPod. I had a Zune, alright? They were cool. It was pink. It was awesome. And I got freaking Taylor Swift's Love Story on it. And I listened to it on the bus and put my head against the window as it banged against the side of the bus. And I tried to be emo and be like, and I wear t-shirts. Thank you, Tyler. Solidarity, bro. Zunes are so good. But no, dead ass, I tried so hard to be like, he's just a popular boy. And I'm just a weird nerd girl. I was trying so hard. It was so pathetic and fun. Freaking hilarious, dude. It's just so funny to look back on. I'm like, oh my god, this poor kid. And like, I literally would go up to the mirror, look at myself and be like, I'm gonna practice blushing. Like, this is also just very autism coded. But I was just like, I'm gonna blush. And I'd like sit there and like, my cheeks were getting red. I don't know. Like, I've just tried so hard to blush and like, I could not do it. And I was like, there's something wrong with me, right? I was like, I can't do this. There was nothing wrong with me. I'm just arrow ace. And like, I didn't have vocabulary for that. I didn't have an inkling of an idea of what that could be. And I went through a lot of road bumps before I realized I was arrow ace, okay? So in Blackbird's era, I tried to fit in like the middle schoolers and I tried to like the jock football boys. And then in Parker's era, I realized I was gay for my best friend and then never acted on it though and just tried to bury my crush because I thought I was wrong for being gay. And then in Haley's era, when I was like, I am gay, I was like, I think I'm aro, but I don't know. I know I'm ace. I've always been ace. That's like 100% always known that, even since I was a teenager. But romantic, I was like, I don't know. And so I was like, oh, I'm gonna try queer platonic relationship. And then I found out through that I was like, oh no. This isn't for me, actually. I'm definitely aro. And I'm glad, because I figured it out, and the person that I had a queer platonic relationship with was really freaking rad, and we learned a lot, and we were just really cool, and it was like, yay! And it was always platonic, and that was like, even the platonic part I couldn't handle. And I was like, okay, so it was just one of those things where I had like these escalating things of like parts where I would accept myself, but then stop myself too. Because it's like, Parker accepted, that I'm ace, but didn't accept any part of the romantic feelings I had towards, like, another girl, and completely tried to deny and bury that stuff. And then Haley was like, no, I'm definitely a lesbian, I think. Am I? No. Because, like, I only want to have a platonic relationship with anybody. And then I tried queer platonic and I was like, oh god, this still isn't working. So I was like, yeah, it's just a whole thing. Like, figuring it out is so hard, and we're gonna go through all of it. Like, I'm gonna go in great detail about how I figured out who I am, what labels work for me. And a lot of people might get mad and be like, you can't be aro, ace, and a lesbian. But I'm like, yes I can, bro. What are we, gatekeeping? Like, flags now? Give me a break, bro. Like, it's just like, I don't know. It took me my whole life to figure out who I am. And I've still no gender, a whole other ball game. We're not getting into that yet. I still don't even know, bro. But it's just, it's such a huge learning thing, and we're gonna talk about it, and it'll be really soul healing for me, especially for poor Parker. Cause like, the flags that I included here are actually really important. Cause, in Hawley's era, I was bisexual. Or so I said. I said, I might be a little bi. It was just like very much like dipping my toes into queerness. And then as soon as I was okay with being bi, I was like, no, I'm pan. I love everyone. No. I definitely did not like guys. And then I finally, in Haley's era, was like, I'm a lesbian. So it's one of those things where I included all the flags of like every stage I kind of went through and trying to figure out everything, but Blackbird didn't have access to that because my dad was extremely homophobic. Very homophobic. Just so you're all aware. So I was like beating myself up, being like, why am I failing at being straight? It's like, I was so confused. I just thought I sucked. Like, I was just like, just like, I'm just so weird and awkward. And like, it was just a lot of self-blame there. But in reality, I just didn't know who I was yet, because I didn't have the words for how I was feeling. And so I was forced to sit across from this guy. The teacher put us at the same table, because the teacher shipped us too. It was fucking out of control. The staff was in on it. It was so bad, bro. Which is weird behavior, by the way. But anyways, you know, so like, I was trying to avoid looking at him, and I'd be sitting there like, I hate this, is so awkward. Until he gave me the silly band back. And I remember this so vividly, because this is so freaking cool. He was just like, hey, I don't like you. I know you don't like me. You made that very obvious. It was basically like, I'm sorry, like, everybody's being so annoying. Because it was mostly his jock friends, his guy friends were, like, bullying both of us a lot. So, it was mostly them. And he was like, yeah, I could just take the silly band back. I don't want everybody to be, like, you know, bullying us over this. And, like, you could keep the cats, too. Because, like, I know you like warriors. Because he, like, figured out... Because, like, if you look... the construction papers peeling off the side of the book so he could see what I was reading. It turned out he was a Warriors fan. Weirdest thing ever. I've never met another jock football guy who has ever read Warriors, bro. It was so funny too, because he was just such a, like, annoyingly violent little boy about it too. Like, he was like, ugh, Brambleclaw's gonna slice the throat open of this guy and it's gonna be so bloody and gross. Like, we would just sit there and talk about, like, that, because I'd be like, no, blah, blah, blah. Like, I was more interested in, like, the lore and, like, that, and he was just way too interested in, like, the blood, death, and trauma. And, like, we would just talk about Warriors from that point on. It was just so fun. And then I have this really funny thing of Blackbird being like, so I actually fell in love with him. And I think this is really telling, right? Of, like, my A-spec being platonic. Because the way that I feel like I'm in love with people is when I'm platonically in love with people, if that makes sense. Where I'm just like, I love you as a person. You see me, you accept me. I see you, I accept you. I want to hang out with you. I want to make bracelets with you. I want to cook you nice meals. Like, it's just so, like, wholesome. And, like, I just think it's really important that I included this dialogue of Blackbird being like, so yeah, I definitely fell in love with him. And then I'm like, no, you didn't. Like, because I know that it's not like I actually fell in love with him after that. It's just that he became my true friend. Platonically, I do love him platonically. He became a real, actual good friend. We would rant about Warriors every science class after that. And, like, everybody eventually gave up on the crush stuff because, like, we just started ignoring them and just being friends. And, like, to me, that was, like, peak performance, bro. I didn't have to cover up my books anymore. I didn't feel weird and lame for liking Warriors anymore because one of the popular kids liked it. And he was my friend. And, like, what more do you need than that, dude? Like, this is why I'm just, like, this is Aero Ace peak, dude. This is, like, this lesson that I learned from this was just so helpful in figuring out who I am and what I actually do love, which is platonic love. Like, I am just, oh, friendship is magic. Oh, I'm gonna, like, it's good. I don't know why I'm beating everyone up, but I'm just, I'm gonna fight tooth and nail for friendship, bro. Friendship is so beautiful and whimsical, and I treasure it more than anything on this earth. It is just, I love it. Enough said. That is that episode of Crush, and that one I thought just was, it just ended so beautiful, and I was just so happy with how it all turned out in the end, that this person ended up being my friend. I don't have contact with him anymore. We never really, like, texted outside of school or talked outside of school. We would just hang out in science class, which happened to be my lunch period, so we go to lunch together. And we would just hang out with the jock kids. Yeah, I for some reason was around the football kids, which was really, really funny. kind of low-key got indoctrinated into the popular kid group. Which is really strange for an artist. It's just a really weird time in my life. I was like, wow, this is weird. Alright, moving on. We're almost to the end. Trucking along. Good job, everybody who's stuck along through the whole thing. You're troopers. So, the next one is zombie teacher. So just a little bit of a content warning. We've got a little bit of censored gore. I do pretend it's ketchup. I label it as ketchup. So there's that. It's like blood, but it's ketchup. And then we have zombies. We have a little bit of like some gruesome details of like broken glass, and like injuries and stuff. There is an ambulance present, just so you're all aware. So yes, this is not clickbait. It's one of my favorite stories about my life. That's insane. It is just insane. And it's funny as hell. Alright, so I had a teacher who I call Miss Mingo, because yes, she's a flamingo. Everyone who caught on to that. And yes, I did draw her as a Minecraft zombie. She did end up becoming my boss in Hawley's era through a strange string of events that I'll save for another day. But let's just, to sum it up for everybody who's curious, I walked into a garden shop because I loved plants. I was hyper fixated on plants and I really wanted to work in a garden shop. And I walked in and I was like, hey, are you hiring? And this woman, who I did not recognize was originally my zombie teacher, she was like, yeah, we're hiring. So I brought her my resume and she was like, okay, you're hired, you're done. They first hired me to be a painter and I painted all of their signs and like buildings and stuff. It was awesome. It was actually a really great job. I got to paint flowers and stuff everywhere. Oh, it was beautiful. And then they were like, hey, we are actually constructing a tea room here that we're going to turn into a restaurant. Do you want to be a waitress? And I was like, sure. Which was a big fat mistake on my part. I should have just stayed in the garden center. But anyways, I only found out who this woman was when she wrote me my first paycheck. And I saw her name on the check. And I was like, were you a middle school teacher? And the look of horror on her face, she was like, oh no, don't tell me you're one of my students. I was like, I wasn't just your student. I watched you fall through a glass door. And she went, oh no! Like, she was mortified. Absolutely mortified that I remembered that. She was like, oh god. I was like, I'm sorry. It was so funny. And then, hilariously, my brother also had her as a teacher. So when I went home that day to my brother, I was like, bro, my boss is Miss Mingo, bro. It was so crazy. It was so crazy. Like, it was just, my life is a comedy sometimes. Like, it's as much of a tragedy as it is a comedy, I swear to God. So yeah, I made her a wolf. Because she's like, I like the phrase of like wolf in sheep's clothing. Because I had no freaking idea that it was her until like it was way too late. It was just really funny. So yeah, there's Miss Bingo. And we'll get to the full story of that later. So yeah, when we were walking to lunch one day with Miss Mingo, she opened up the door and tripped on the mat and fell through the glass, like in front of all of us. And it was like the most horrifying shit I've ever seen. And this is one of those things where like people in the comments were like, hey, this seems really serious. Why are you joking? Why are you laughing? And I'm like, bro, have you seen the rest of year 11? It is all serious. It is too serious. Like, we need to have a little bit of lightheartedness in this, man. Like, we gotta laugh sometime. And this is where I chose to laugh, because it's just wild, okay? Yes, it was obviously very traumatic to watch a woman almost bleed out and die in front of me. Obviously! I'm not dismissing that. That shit was awful. But enough at the same time, it all turned out okay in the end. So, like, what was the point of being like, oh, woe is me, if, like, the woes ended up fine? I don't know. This is my coping mechanism. Again, it's a little bit of dark humor for you. And some people did not take that. They did not like that. And, like, you could just skip episodes if you don't like it, by the way. Remember that, guys. Just swipe away if you don't like it, alright? So yeah, we were horrified. And there was a lot of ketchup everywhere. There was ketchup everywhere. It stained the sidewalk. It was very cursed. We were convinced she died. Like, just straight up. Oh, hey, what are you doing? Stop that. Stop. Hold on, I forgot to close out one of the files. There we go. You guys went absolutely bonkers apeshit over the wee woo car. 500 comments on that video were wee woo car. Basically the entire comment section of that video. I didn't even approve all of them because I just was so overwhelmed. It was just wee woo car, lol, wee woo car. I'm always calling it a wee woo car now, and I'm just like, what have I done? I have ruined wee woo cars forever. Ambulances forever have been ruined by wee woo car. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, bro.
It's okay to have a little bit of dark humor.
Right? That's what I'm saying. It's just sometimes. It's not like I do this all the time. This is like a very not common occurrence on a Persona project, but like goddamn, sometimes. I also have to think about it from my middle school self. How would a middle schooler tell you this story? Would Blackbird sit down and be like, yeah, and then it was really scary. Everything that happened was just so sad, and I was scared. No, bro. She'd be like, and then she died! Like, it would just, like... To me, it made more sense to tell it in this way, because this is how a freaking middle schooler would tell it. Like, I know I went home that day, and Jim was like, how was your day? And I went, my teacher died! And I know they were like, what? Like, I know that's what happened, so it's just like, I don't know, the way I tell my stories and the way I choose to tell them is very intentional, and like, I wish people would just trust me in that, man. God. Jeez. What do you mean what do you mean it's my life story and I'm telling it the way I want to? Bullshit! I'm joking. I'm making fun of the people that are making fun of me. Anyways, I really like the animation I did here of the car, because there's like this little brief frame where it's all a dust cloud and it just and I just thought that was so cartoony and fun. So yeah, Wee Woo Car took her away. Our new teacher taught us about monkeys. Life was fine afterwards, alright? And then one day, Miss Mingo came back and she was alive, and we were all kind of upset because she sucked. Like, she was mean, she was evil, she made us keep journals and stuff. Ugh, she was so mean. It wasn't a journal, it was an interactive notebook that we had. And like, she would take off points if your glue came undone. Like, if you glued stuff into it and it came off, she would take off points. She was so fucking mean, bro. So like, we were not excited about her coming back. And so, yeah, there's Redbird here too, by the way. Redbird is sitting with me because we had science class together. And she pulls down the freaking projector and she's like, yeah, of course I'm back. I just bumped my head. Exactly like that. And we were all like, she did not bump her head, bro. She died. Like, she did not just bump her head. She point blank died, bro. So, like, that's why I drew the surprise Pikachu. Blackbird. Because, like, she was just like, I bumped my head. And we were like, she's crazy, dog. She's crazy. She's lost it. She's lost it. We were all so scared for our lives. And then this is also a meme. You know the meme of the guy that's, like, in front of the grave? He's like, this is also, this whole episode was a meme, bro. I hope you understand. How is she fine? I don't know. The miracle of the medical science of 2009. Oh god. Alright, so, yes, she came back as a zombie. Which, by the way, Hawley era is utterly terrified of zombies. I had a very specifically really bad experience around zombies. We'll get into it. I won't talk about it right now. I do find zombies extremely terrifying to this day. I've definitely gotten more of a tolerance to it, but I'm deeply afraid of zombies. So, as a kid, I wasn't, because I didn't have a bad experience yet. But I had something, this was 2009, I know, I know. So yeah, I'm terrified of zombies, so when Blackbird's, like, making fun of it, Hawley's obviously really scared. And I'm not feeling too comfortable with that either. I'm obviously pretty scared. Because we don't like zombies. So just, like, a fun fact of, like, how much you can change as a person throughout time. Like, as a kid, that didn't bother me, but as an adult, it does. And, like, it's really interesting. So that's why I included that detail. And yeah, she was not okay, fam. Like, she used to be really strict, and then she ended up being cuckoo bananas, which is a phrase I say a lot, and I didn't realize that wasn't a normal phrase until people were like, I'm gonna add cuckoo bananas to my vocabulary, and I was like, I say that all the time, and I'm like, man, I'm such a freaking weirdo. I say cuckoo bananas, like, every day. I'm like, damn, that's cuckoo bananas. Like, I just say that. I don't know. So, like, I don't know where that came from either. And then comes the iconic quote of Blackbird saying, "The trauma was worth it." And then we're like, was it? And I just think it's so funny that Blackbird's just like, cat face, like, it was worth it. It was worth it. And I'm like, it's so funny, man. Because that's like, kids are resilient, right? When you go through, like, wildly traumatic stuff on a regular basis, like I was, my teacher almost dying in front of me was just another day. Like, to me, I was like, yeah. And then she was nice, so it was worth it. Because I also have this core belief that life is an exchange. And so, like, there was an exchange that happened to me. So, like, it made sense to me as a kid that I'm like, yeah, this is, like, a worthy, like, transaction between, like, the teacher going through, like, this whole traumatic thing and then becoming a better person. Like, to me, I was just like, this makes sense. And it's just like, oh my god. Like, it's all very telling, you know? But it's mostly lighthearted and not meant to be, like, super serious. And the next episode is just as funny, if not more hilarious, and people got even more mad about me being a little jokester about this one. So again, whimsy, fun, we're coping. Not everything has to be sad and miserable, okay? Whimsy and fun, embrace it, please. In this moment for me. Hello, Nate. Welcome. We're about to talk about Fire Drill, which I know a lot of my friends were really excited about. Because I told the story a few times in voice chat before with my friends, and they were like, this is insane! I was like, dude, I can't wait to talk about this in Persona Project. And, like, it finally came up, and I was like, it's time! Miss Heron! I'm so excited. So, Miss Heron was my deadpan art teacher. She was like this, like, satirically, like, miserable person. Like, she wasn't actually miserable. It was definitely just, like, her, like, work persona, I guess. She would just pretend to be, like, this, like, stoic ass, like, everything's miserable kind of, like, person. And so, like, everyone was terrified of her and everybody hated her. They just thought she was, like, so mean. And yeah, I put on her mug, I just put "don't talk to me," because I was gonna put "don't talk to me until I've had my coffee," which is just like a common phrase to put on coffee cups. But I was like, what if it just says "don't talk to me," period? And I thought that was so funny, dude. I was like, man, I might make this into real merch. That's hilarious, bro. I might legit make it and just be like, yeah, it's like a very subtle Persona Project reference. Raise your hand if you would buy a "don't talk to me" mug. If I made it. Because I legit might. it's really funny. Anyways, she would monitor the hallways in the morning. And I would always go up to her and be like, oh, good morning. Like, good morning, Miss Heron. And then she would, like, look at the children out in the courtyard and she'd be like, look at them all. Like, she'd be disgusted and she'd be like, oh, they're ants, they're bugs. They'll contribute nothing to our failing society. Like, she was just so fucking cynical. And, like, the funny thing is I drew, like, okay, so we have, like, the popular cheerleader girls are, like, with their, I drew them, you know those stupid backpacks everyone had? I named it Brand Sport. I think they were called Jan Sports. The stupid backpacks everybody had, the popular kids have. Damn, everybody wants a mug. Let's go. I'm glad I'm seeing a bunch of hands in the chat. Let's go. Maybe I'll make it. But yeah, I drew the stupid cheerleaders girls with their branded backpacks TM. And then the boys in the background, which Redbird is in the background, they're chugging chocolate milk. They're chugging chocolate milk in the background. And she's like, look at them all. They're failures. And I'm like, lady, they're middle schoolers. Like, relax. They're like 12. Like, relax. Oh, I just think it's so funny, bro. It cracks me the hell up. And so she's like ragging on them. And I'm like, okay, bye, Miss Heron. And like, she would always tell me, she's like, you're one of the good ones. Don't change. Don't be like them. Like, she would always praise me for being like different, I guess. And like, it was literally like we were in a black and white film all the time. Like, she just treated it like just so like melancholic. It's just so crazy. And so, this is a very, very slight detail that I just need to rant about. In the background, there's a poster that says tints, tones, and shades. This woman was so, like, she was not a bad teacher. But she basically would like, sorry, I need to get on my pretzel. My leg's falling asleep. It's distracting me. Ugh, my muscles, or they just always fall asleep on me. Like getting the sprinkles out of my leg, as Wild Child would say. But yeah, she would say this, she would point at this poster and go, tints, tones, and shades. Like, very emphasized, to the point that everyone in school would make fun of her and be like, tints, tones, and shades. So we would always go around class being like, tints, tones, and shades. So I put it in the background of the poster just for my sake, because I was like, I'll never forget her tints, tones, and shades. It was supposed to help with drawing. I still couldn't tell you what they mean. I just remember her saying it in the funny way she said it. But yeah, she loved me because I was an artist. And then one day we had a fire drill. Except it wasn't a drill because it was a real fire, because kids lit the bathroom on fire, like they always do. Only one comment pointed this out, but I had the kid next to me draw the little S that everyone drew, which I failed miserably at drawing because I don't even know how to do it, and then drawing an eye. And then the girl in the back's doing one of those big flowers, like with the petals that go all the way around the page, and then someone's doing a stick figure with the sun. I just did the most basic drawings possible because I just thought it was really funny. But it was like a real drill, and this woman walks past us. She was painting. She was actually a very talented artist, actually. Like, legit, she was really good. And she would often just do her own art in class. And so she was packing up all of her stuff, just nonchalant, just like one item at a time. Her keys, her book, just being like, I'd rather die in a fire than have to take care of all of you, blah, blah, blah. So she's just being miserable and like packing her bag. And like every child in the room was like, ma'am, the school is on fire. Can you like stop packing your bag? Can we like leave? And as she was packing her bag, she realized that her chocolate had been stolen off of her desk. And it was a Reese's cup. And she was like, "Where's my Reese's cup?" And we were all like terrified. We were like, "Oh shit, someone stole from her." We were like, "You don't steal from Miss Heron, bro. Like, that's like a death sentence. Like, you can't do this." And so, like, everybody was like, ma'am, please, we need to leave. And she freaking locked the door and stood in front of it and was basically like, "If you all don't put that chocolate in my hand, you will burn alive." And we were like, "What the hell?" Like, we were freaking out. We were like shaking each other, like, "If you have the chocolate, give it to her, we're gonna die." And like, I just think it's really funny. Like, this woman's priorities were hilarious, bro. She prioritized that chocolate over everyone's lives, bro. Like, mad respect. In my school, Tired Alien, it was a very common occurrence for the bathroom to get lit on fire. I don't know why. It was specifically trash cans. They would take all of the paper towels out of the paper towel holders, fill up the trash can, and then light it on fire. Yeah, that's just normal at my school, by the way. It was a bad school. Honestly, yeah, half the comments were just like, "I agree. I would also, like, sacrifice a room full of children for a Reese's cup." And, like, as somebody who's deathly allergic, I can't say I see the appeal, but if they had something that I really liked, like, I'm obsessed with these, like, cheese crackers that are, like, vegan. If it was, like, it came between me and my cheese crackers, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. We might be sacrificing some children to the fire. No, I'm kidding. This is all a joke. I'm joking. Please, God. Please, God. I'm joking. Anyways, but yeah, then we all, eventually, she let us out because some kid fessed up and was like, we were all, like, gonna kill him, bro. He was, like, one of the football kids that, like, had to take art as an elective. And, like, we were all like, "Dude, stop!" Like, we were, like, fucking so mad at him. And then we all sat outside. This is a very over-dramatized, by the way. The school was not on fire like this at all. Like, we didn't see any of the fire at all. It was localized in one bathroom that they had to close for a while. And, like, it was on the opposite end of the school. So we were, like, really actually not in danger at all. Like, it was so far away. And it was, like, in one trash can in the bathroom. The bathroom, all it did was that the wall had a big old, like, black, like, burn mark on it, and they just, that was it. That was it. They caught it really fast, and this was just dramatized, because I just thought it'd be really funny to have her, like, watching the building burn as she, like, eats her little Reese's cup. And, like, the flames are in the reflection of her glasses. This is just purely artistic, because I just thought it was funny as hell, and I just thought it would be really fun to just have her be, like, very menacingly eating this chocolate. I just thought it was silly. That was just pure for goofs and gags. But then at the end, I'm like, I love her. She's an icon. And she's, like, flicking everyone off. I just think she's an icon, okay? I just think she slayed. Like, she ate that up, like, legit. Like, it's so goofy, man. I loved that woman. She was so nice to me. She was genuinely, like, one of my best teachers. And it was just funny, because everybody else, like, she was, like, terrified. Like, everyone else was terrified of her, and, like, I was just like, hee hee, I'm the little angel, and she likes me. So I was just, like, being a little brat about it, and, like, she was just awesome to me. But she's still, like, I have no idea, bro. I have no idea where she is. I hope wherever she is, she's happily retired. Or just peacefully at rest. It's what she would have wanted. I hope she has all the chocolate in the world, bro. She deserves it. Amen. Let's go, Miss Heron. She will come back. She will come back in year 12. Don't worry. Oh, boy. Alright. And then we're on to the last episode of year 11 already. Okay, good. because my voice is getting tired, and I have to go to a birthday party soon. Ugh. Social life. Alright. Boop. Boop. Okay, final content warning of the day. This one's got, alcoholism, drinking and driving, we've got some, violence and gore. There's more broken glass and blood in this one. Not really censored this time. And intense emotions. Like, really intense stuff. So, if you need to click away, you can do that. And we're gonna talk about the broken rib episode. Because this is, like, one of the most horrifying things that's ever happened to me. Oh, goodness, okay. Mariella, she does kind of look like a Reese's cup. I did that intentionally. I'm glad everybody figured that out. I made her design like that because all I can think about is the Reese's cup when I think of her. Alright, so broken rib is about one of the worst Christmases I've ever had. And why holidays are especially difficult for me. So just as a fair forewarning, for the rest of this month, be cautious about wishing me a Merry Christmas. It's hard for me, and I try not to take it personally, I really do, and just say, there's, you know, you celebrate what you celebrate, but it's just, like, really hard for me to even think about a lot of the time. Tired alien, yes, it is okay to make fan art of your characters meeting my characters. That is explicitly that's said in my rules and regulations, and I don't know why everybody keeps asking the same question over and over again. It's definitely allowed. There's even fan art of it already on screen. Just read the rules and regulations either to document or watch the video. It's there. You can have character interactions, like, as long as they're appropriate. So yeah, this is one of the worst Christmases, and this was a hard episode because I originally skipped over this episode. My therapist made me go back, and I was kind of mad about it. I felt like I was caught red-handed. Because she was like, "You're not processing this," and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not, because I don't want to." And she was like, "Well, you have to," and I was like, okay. So, that's a good question, LPS, Ellie Bean. Happy Holidays is fine. Holidays are fine. Christmas is just, like, rough. Happy Snowman Making Month. Yes! See, that's great! No, I personally really like Yule. I think Yule is a really great thing to celebrate, too. Like, I would celebrate basically anything but Christmas. It's just too traumatizing for me. But I still have some traditions in place, but I'm trying to heal it, and it's just really not working, and I just don't know if it's something I could fix, currently. But anyways, this is partially a Wild Child memory as well. There was an episode of Wild Child's era in the description that I explained that I wasn't going to make an episode about. And it was how I learned how Santa Claus wasn't real. And how my whimsy was just crushed. Because the same scenario happened again, where we would go to my nanny and papa's house every Christmas Eve. And my dad drank too much. And he didn't want to drive home. And as Wild Child, I was like, oh no, we're gonna miss Santa. Santa's not gonna know that we're home and I'm not gonna get any presents. Like, I was scared. And so I was like begging my dad, I was like, but we have to go home, we have to go home. And my dad, like, got really mad and was like, fine. And he, like, drove me home. And in the car, he was, like, angrily yelling at me, being like, we're risking our lives for nothing. Santa's not even real. And, like, that's how Wild Child found out. And it was really sad. And, like, it was just so sad that I decided to not even make an episode about it. Because I was like, I don't even want to talk about this shit. It was just so horrible and soul-wrenching. And my dad, that Christmas, just threw presents at me haphazardly and was like, Merry Christmas! And I remember, like, crying and being, like, really distraught. because that's distressing as shit for like an 8-year-old. So that was, this episode is like almost a point blank repeat of what happened. Except this time I was older, I was stronger, I was smarter, and I was like, no, I am not gonna let this happen to my brother. And so my dad and Candy were drinking at Nanny's house, and they said that we couldn't go home. And I was like, no, we are going home. And I was being very difficult about this because I didn't want my brother to realize that Santa wasn't real. When we inevitably woke up at Nanny's house, no new presents were under the tree, and then when we go to my dad's house, the presents also wouldn't be under the tree because who's gonna put them out? It was just, I knew that if we didn't go home, he was gonna find out. And I was not prepared to live in that reality because I worked so hard to protect my brother, and I was not gonna let everybody else fucking ruin it for him. So I got him. This is the first time I talked back to my dad ever, by the way. Was like, I basically was like, I want to go home. And my dad, he did the thing like what neurotypical people tend to do with autistic people, where they hear what you don't say. Because I was saying, hey, let's not ruin my little brother's Christmas magic. My dad thought I was begging for more presents. He thought I was being like a greedy little brat. So he was like, oh, you want more, more, more? Like, he got in my face and screamed out, like, you want more, more, more? Nanny and Papa's presents weren't enough for you? And I was like, I talked back for the first time, and I was like, that's not what I'm saying. And I remember, like, the fear I felt of, like, did I just talk back to my dad? Holy shit, I'm putting myself in so much danger right now. Like, why did I say that? Like, it was like an immediate, like, oh god, I messed up. And then he grabbed me and was like, get in the car. And I was like, no, I don't want to get in the car with you. And then he made me get in the car. And he drove us home completely wasted and like swerved and sped. And like, we were okay. Thank God we were okay. But like, I was convinced we were gonna die. This is ironic because this is the music that's playing in the background of this episode. Oh, that's really ironic. Anyways, I didn't plan that. But it was just really scary, and I was convinced that my whole life I've thought about that memory, and I carried this guilt of like, I almost got us killed. When in reality, it was not my fault. I didn't almost get us killed. I didn't drink myself to death and put us in this situation. Tyler, yes, my grandparents were sober, but they were refusing to help because my dad had a problem, and it was his problem, not theirs. They didn't want to drive us home. They'd rather us die in a car accident for their pride of being like, well, if he's going to choose to do that, we're not going to have any part of it. I mean, my grandparents were obviously, they condoned murder. So, I mean, what do we expect? Like, they were awful people. They'd rather my dad try to risk our lives than actually do something safely for us. Nope, they wanted to make a point. They thought that they were doing something to, like, I don't know, convince my dad that he was, like, wrong. Like, obviously that wasn't working. Instead of being like, hey, my kid has a serious addiction and a problem, they were just like, well, we don't have any part of it. They were just very dismissive. Anyways. So, yeah. I realized I was talking about this and I wasn't even showing the visuals. But yeah, my dad, when he got in my face and everything, he did grab my arm and, like, made me get in the car. It was, like, the most terrifying car ride of my life. And, like, I have to remind myself that I was not at fault. I didn't almost get us killed on Christmas. And it was my dad's. And, like, a huge part of Persona Project for me is taking all of the guilt and shame that I thought was mine, giving it back to them. I didn't drink and drive. I didn't put us in this situation, he did. So, it's my dad's fault. And so, after I put my brother to bed, I did go out and check the living room. Because I had a gut feeling that Dad didn't put the presents out. I was like, Dad didn't do his job. And when I checked, I was right. Dad didn't do his job. And so I got very mad, because that was the whole point of risking our lives and doing all of this shit. And he didn't even fucking do it. So I was pissed. And so, you know, I think this is like the craziest thing I've ever done. I like went into his room, opened his closet. Like, I am not a person who invades other people's spaces at all. So this was a very out of character thing I've done, where I opened up somebody else's closet and tore out presents that were meant to be from Santa. Myself, as they laid there, like, they didn't even change. They just like flat out fell onto the bed, like wasted, and I just carried everything out by myself until the very end. And my dad finally got up and was like, oh shit, the presents, oh, I forgot. And then I was like, yeah, I'm doing your job. And so he basically stumbled on this coffee table that had a glass pane on the top of it. So it was like wood and glass. And because it was dark and he was drunk and he wasn't paying the hell attention, he stumbled on it and fell on it and shattered it into a million pieces. And it was like the loudest goddamn thing ever. And like, I'm genuinely shocked my brother didn't wake up. I actually called him when I was making this episode to be like, did you ever find out about this? And he was like, find out about what? I was like, did you hear anything on this one Christmas? Do you remember the Christmas that Dad had a broken rib? And my brother was like, no. And I was like, okay, keep it that way. I hung up. Sometimes with my brother, I'm just like, you don't need to know. Like, this is one episode that I have blacklisted where I'm like, you don't need to know. You don't need to know. You don't need to know. If you don't remember, awesome. Don't remember. And so I turned around and my dad was just covered in glass and blood. And like, he couldn't get up. Like, he was like struggling to get up. And I was like terrified, because like that was really like scary. And I remember coming over to him and trying to help him up. And like, I got his blood on my hands. And like, what a Christmas memory of going into my dad's bathroom and washing off his blood off of my hands. Like, and people wonder why I'm so deeply traumatized. Like, this is every Christmas when we put up the tree. It doesn't matter how happy it is. I'm still haunted. Like, it still enters my mind where I'm like, that happened. And it's like, it's so sad. And like, I watched him go to the hospital. I was so glad my brother didn't wake up. But that doesn't diminish the fact that like, just because my brother didn't see it, I saw it. I lived with this my whole life. I just kept this buried. And like, that whole Christmas, my dad was like on the couch with ice and like could barely move. He was miserable. He was mean. He was so mean this Christmas, because he was just so mad about everything that happened. And my brother kept asking me like, what happened to Dad? Like, what's wrong? Like, because obviously something was like really wrong. And we had to lie to him. And like, this is a core belief of mine that is a positive core belief. I hate lying. I'm not a liar. I can't do it. I'm autistic. I tell the truth. I am such a painfully truthful person. And the fact that I had to spend my entire childhood masking, covering up my family's bullshit, lying, I was so far from myself. I hate, like, this is the first time Blackbird's being completely 100% authentic, is this one phrase of I hate lying. This is her admitting what is actually happening in reality, which is so important for me, because as a kid I was just so hypnotized and Jingle, jingle, jingle. Look at this. This didn't actually really happen. You had it so good. I was so gaslit. But this is her being like, I hate watching Dad do this to himself. I hate not having a normal life. And it's true. There are days where I wake up and I fucking hate my life. I hate it. I hate that I have to live with all of this shit buried inside of me. And more. 200 episodes of stuff that you've seen, and I have quadrupled the amount in my head at all times. I'm allowed to hate that. That sucks. Like, Blackbird is my anger. Blackbird is my anger. And so this whole era is just about me embracing the fact that I'm allowed to be fucking upset. That I was robbed of a normal life, of a normal childhood. I had no control over any of the shit that fucking happened to me. I am just a victim with a story, and that's all I have left. And so I have to heal. Like, there's nothing else to do. Like, I have to heal and move on. So that's the whole point of her era, is just me being allowed to be angry. And the catharsis of me screaming, I hate not having a normal life. I had to take so many breaks. I was point blank sobbing at this point, because I don't think I've ever said it out loud that I hate my life. I don't hate my whole life. I just really hate this part of it. And I think that that's valid. Like, I feel like it would be weird to be like, I love everything, you know?
Remember at the end of the year 10 stream when I said year 11 would be hard, but you'd be so much more healed by the end of it? I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, Mel. Yeah, you're right. It was really hard this year. It was really, really, really hard. But I feel like I'm closer to Blackbird than ever. I'm angrier than ever. And you know what's great about anger? The whole point of anger, as an emotion, is to get you to move to action. Anger is supposed to help you move forward. It's supposed to get you to make change. And so I'm taking my destiny by the reins and saying, no, this is not the narrative I want to follow forever. I do not want to be a victim forever. Because that's kind of what I have been. Why did I choose to post this? My therapist. She really thinks that this memory is a core of a lot of my anger and anguish, especially around holidays. And she really wanted me to unpack the whole aspect of this episode. Like, if you really think about it, I'm perpetuating this cycle that my family has always had about lying. I'm trying to protect my brother. I'm trying to keep this whole image that everything's fine, that we're a normal family, we can just have a normal Christmas and nothing bad ever happens and nobody's drunk and everything's safe and everything's fine. If I can just do this one more time, if I can just save someone, I'll be okay. It is this narrative that has been forged into my life from birth. And this is the epitome of I was doing everything I could to do the only thing I knew, which was lie. Lie to myself, lie to my brother, lie on behalf of my family, and this is the ugly fucking truth. The ugly truth is, other kids got Santa magic on Christmas, and I got broken glass. That's ugly. No one likes that. That's uncomfortable. No one wants to talk about having a broken parent. No one wants to talk about addiction or alcohol. No one wants to talk about broken family systems and abuse and trauma. No one wants to talk about self-harm or suicide. No one wants to talk about eating disorders. But the whole point of this year is that this was my reality. And this is the reality of a lot of people. I'm not alone in this. And I hate that. It makes me really sad. But it's also kind of healing to know that I'm not crazy. And I'm valid for being mad. That's why I post this. I post this so if somebody has something similar, they know they're not crazy. They know they're not alone. And they also can get the healing aspect out of it that I now see. It took my whole life to see this. to see the reality that this shit was awful and that I was gaslit into thinking that this was the best ever. I was gaslit into thinking that this was normal and good. This is not normal and this is not good. And Blackbird is absolutely valid in her anger. And I have never felt closer to her and more proud of her for overcoming her own demons this entire year. Year 11 was insane. I went through so much that year. It's just like, where's my cat trying to break in? But I just overcame a lot. Love my own inner demons. I overcame a whole eating disorder. I self-harmed for the first time. That was really, really sad and really, really hard. I also overcame being a bully. And there were some aspects that I didn't overcome yet, but I will. I will stop self-harming. Like, later in Persona Project, I will. And, like, it's just so good to know that, like, all of my struggles that I am showing here now, they're ugly and they're horrible, and not everything resolves beautifully and wonderfully. But later, it does. It does get better. Like, we can't have good times without bad. And this is some of the worst. Bento, we will have 2 more years with Blackbird. Year 12 and year 13. Year 13 is going to be short. But we will have 2 more years with Blackbird, and then we'll be moving on to Parker. For high school. For 4 years. Parker gets 4 years. So, oh, Mel, I just noticed you did give me 11 for year 11. That's really sweet. Oh my god. So yeah, that was year 11. I warned you guys it was gonna be rough, but I don't think I could ever really prepare you for just the level of depth that it all has. And year 12, I will say, it starts off a little rough because we're on the... Basically, let me explain this too. Basically, the way I write Persona Project is seasonally. So it starts in spring, then it goes to summer, then it goes to fall, then it goes to winter. Every year. I don't know if you've noticed that, but like Christmas is always at the end because it's always winter. So technically, during the fall and winter episodes of year 11, Blackbird's in 7th grade. So it's like we start 7th grade in fall. So technically, like, it's a little, I don't know how to explain it. It gets a little weird because I go by years and not like school years. I go by actual years. So for the beginning part of year 12, there's some really rough stuff. But then 7th grade starts, and I swear to God, it's not sad. It's just so good. I was laughing so hard. I recorded it earlier this week. I cried at the end because it was just so good. Like, I was just so happy for Blackbird that I cried. Because I was like, dude, that's the life I deserved all along. And I got a little piece of it. And I'm really excited to share that. Because it was just, oh, it's just so deserved. She just deserved way more than she was given. And thank you guys so much for the well wishes. Thank you, thank you. It is really hard to share this shit. I have OCD. I have AVPD. I have CPTSD. I have depression, I have anxiety. I have a lot of mental health issues, and I think OCD lately has been really kicking my ass. I've been fully convinced that I'm just like the evil, most worst person on the planet. Which is a very common OCD thought for me. I have very bad intrusive thoughts that I'm just secretly evil and everyone's gonna find out. Oh, wait until they find out how evil PetPyves is, and I'm just like, all I do is sit in my room and draw. I don't know what's so evil about that. And so that's kind of the hardest part for me, is that sometimes I'm just like, it's a self-worth thing that I'm working on, of just like, I don't feel worthy of the praise that I get for Persona Project. But I do try my best. to be like, no, like, I do work really hard, and I'm not doing anything horrible, evil, like, I'm not going out into the world and, like, kicking puppies, like, God, I'm trying to right the wrongs of, like, my childhood and lift up other people while I'm at it. I could have done all of this in private. I could have just healed myself and moved on, but I went, no, I've never seen anybody talk about half this stuff, and I'm tired of feeling alone. I'm gonna change the frame. I don't want to look at my dad drinking and bleeding out. I'm just gonna... That'll have a happy frame. Let's just look at a white canvas. Yeah, so... Everybody says that I'm brave, and, like, I don't know. I don't consider it bravery sometimes, because, like, I've been trained, conditioned by my family to be an open book and to not have privacy at all. So I also have that autism where I don't really understand when I'm oversharing. So to me, it's just normal to share everything with everyone at all times, because I never had a sense of privacy. You're talking to the kid who had a half door my entire life. Like, I don't know what privacy is. And sometimes I get a little, like, scared that I'm sharing too much. But enough at the same time, I'm like, no, it's all really important to me, and the things that I decide to share, like, are gonna help people in the long run too, so, I don't feel brave in that sense. I just always have told my story. It's just at a much larger scale, and a lot higher effort now than ever, but, yeah, not a lot of people can share their stuff though, and I understand that, because you probably grew up with a sense of security and privacy, and, like, that's a good thing to value, genuinely. Like, just because I'm putting my entire freaking life online does not mean, like, you should too. Like, if you're not comfortable with that, don't do that. I just personally, it is helping me, because I have that problem of oversharing, so now I get to use it in a way that's actually gonna benefit me, and also teach me to be more private. Like, I've just now come to a realization that, like, Hawley and Robin era are gonna be not that long, because I don't really want to share every single thing that's going on in my current personal life online. That feels weird. Like, I don't want to be like, and then I went to my friend's house that weekend, like, and it, like we're caught up to real time and it's something I'm doing right now. Like, I don't know, that feels strange to me. So when it comes to, like, Hawley era and current Robin era, they're gonna be pretty sparse, because they're more recent, and also things have not been super awful traumatic past then. That's why Blackbird and Wild Child are the bulk of my memories, because my childhood was very extreme, and then when I was adult I got out of that, so now I don't have so much to talk about. And the whole point of talking about your trauma narrative, and the reason why personal narratives are so effective, are because they force you to talk about it so much that you get sick of it. The point is that you get sick of your own story, so you want to move forward. You want something new, something novel. You want to step out of your old experiences to find new. That's the whole point of this project for me, is to let go of my past and say, I'm done hyperfixating on it. I'm done thinking about it over and over and over again. I'm tired of being plagued. This is me taking my life back into my own hands and saying, yes, let's process through everything, let's look at every little thing, and then let's close the book, and let's start writing a new one. So that's Persona Project for me, and that's why I post it, and that's why I share it. Even if it's hard, and it seems like a very brave act, it's a pretty selfish one. I'm doing it mostly for myself. It's just wonderful that I get to help other people along the way too. Because it is very personal, obviously. It's a personal narrative. It's a Persona project. It's a very personal project. But life is a bowl of cereal with a spoon. That's Enigma come out from Brightside. I love Enigma, bro. Oh my god. I can't wait to work on more Brightside. That's what I'm really excited about, is that after Persona Project, I'm gonna take off and I'm just gonna do my stories, and we're gonna tell all of the stories that have just been in my heart for so long that I haven't been able to talk about, because I've just been so eaten up by all this stuff in my past. So I'm very glad though. It seems like everybody has learned a lot through year 11. Like everybody has said they treat themselves kinder after this, and I'm really glad. I just want you to look at your inner child and realize they were a child. And likely all the things that you hold them up to, these standards you hold them up to, you're probably holding them to adult standards that they can't possibly meet. You can't blame yourself for half the stuff that happened when you were a kid, alright? Like, this is one of those things where you gotta, segue, you gotta love yourselves! That was silly. That was silly. But it's true, you do. Self-love is important. I just think that there's this movement of self-love, but nobody tells you how. They're just like, love yourself! And it's like, okay, how? How? You sit with the ugliest parts of yourself, and you say, yeah, we made mistakes. Anyways, we lived. So, that is gonna wrap up our stream for today. Our long stream of 4 freaking hours! Oh god, and my voice is gonna be so shot. But yeah, thank you guys so much for all of the kind words, all of the support, dealing with some of my crappiness as the comments kind of got on my freaking nerves today. But, you know, not everybody follows the rules. But those who do, thank you! I know, I'm telling everybody to love themselves. Ugh, gross. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's been 4 hours, by the way. I'm tired. The sun's going down, bro! The sun's going down! But yeah, I'll just do a quick little rundown of what plans I have. So I have another speed art coming out for you guys. It's really good. I'm excited. It's for Animal Crossing, the eras as Animal Crossing characters. That'll come out this week. And I'm gonna jump right into year 12. Because... Ugh, choking on my water. Jesus. Anyways. I wasn't gonna jump right into year 12, but because it's such a follow-up to year 11 in the beginning, there's some really rough episodes, I really just want to get through them. Because after that, it's smooth sailing. There's so many wonderful stories, and it's just one of the best years of my life. And why I think the number 12 is just such a good number. So, I think... we'll try to get a couple of shorts out this week. I won't totally push myself too hard because I did just get all of that done. But definitely at least got a speed art for you guys. And next week we will live stream on Sunday, same time, same place. And we'll try to do some other little fun activity I'll have my YouTube members vote on. And that will decide that. It's gonna get a little weird around the holidays. I know it depends on what I end up actually celebrating or not celebrating, depending on what streams are gonna happen during that week and everything, and videos, blah. So, we'll play it by ear, and I appreciate all the support in the meantime. Thank you for everybody who donated, thank you to all my members, you guys are amazing! And that is all for today. Bye-bye. I hope you guys have a great rest of your week. Thank you for sitting through this very long TED Talk. I hope maybe you learn to love yourself a little bit more throughout all of my woes and hardships. Hopefully it's very helpful and informative, and on to year 12. On to year 12 with Blackbird. One of our last years with her. Okay. Until then, bye-bye!